Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You know what time it is. The Friday morning good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Coming up, we will talk Thursday night football and a really good game in Cincy as the Bengals pull off the upset over the Steelers. We've got Game 3 of the NLCS, Dodgers on the edge of a sweep. Game 4 of the ALCS, Blue Jays even the series. In 20 minutes, we'll begin our look at NFL Sunday, starting with the early game in London. And since it is a Friday, we've got Double D's Degenerate Parlay, our Squad Parlay, and Pick 6 in the final hour. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in D.C. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville. Chelsea, how you doing? It's a Friday.
Yeah, good morning. Ready to get back at it when it comes to betting, because I'm not going to lie. I feel like normally I do not feel things when I lose bets because I've been betting for so long. But, Jenks, I'm not going to lie. I'm feeling really sad about my bet. So hopefully today is better. Hopefully we win some today instead of just L after L.
Why just 1 and 2? That's all right. That's just one.
I'm 1 and 4
loss
for the week.
That's fine. That's what Fridays are for. Like that old song. That's what Fridays are. No, that's not what it is. But I'm trying to cheer you up. It's Friday. You got baseball. We got college football. We got pro football. I had the best night I've had in God knows how long. 4-0.
Oh, and I should be happy for you. Nice job, Jenks.
Yeah. Let's go. Across 3 different sports. I got to brag a little bit because I started off this week. Woof. But 4-0 last night. Dodgers, Blue Jays, Mariners first 5, Bengals plus 5.5, Devils. Little hockey. How about that? Devils on the money line. They win 3-1. As Dylan put in the rundown, chasing works. That's one of the basic tenets of gambling. Chasing works. Don't ever do that. But at least for one night, I can brag about that. As for the Dogster quietly has been better than anyone, if we're being honest. 4-0. Almost undefeated last week, I think, as well. Had the Blue Jays on the money line against the Mariners. Jays went 8-2. We will get to that game. So for the week, we'll wrap it up quickly. Chelsea, you're 1-4-1. I am 5-4-1. The Dogster 4-0. It is the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on a Friday, speeding towards the weekend as we are live across the country, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. And what a game we got last night. Thursday night football, the Icy Hot Bowl. The Bengals upset the Steelers 33-31. The Bengals getting 5.5. They were 2-1 on the money line. Total set at 44. The over hits. 2 41-year-olds going at it. Aaron Rodgers, Joe Flacco. Rodgers, 23 of 34, 249 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. But Flacco was in vintage form. Bengals down 10-0 in the second quarter, and the rally begins.
Quick throw. Higgins inside the 10. Higgins in the end zone. And a Cincinnati lead.
Now Michael's on Amazon Prime. Cincy down 10-7. Higgins, 6 catches, 96 yards in that score. In the fourth quarter, Steelers down 6 when Rodgers goes deep to Pat Freiermuth. Pittsburgh with a 1-point lead. It's 30-24, but old man Flacco drives his team down the field late, leading to this.
Snap good, hold good, kick good.
Evan McPherson with his 4th field goal of the game. Joe Flacco leads the 23rd fourth quarter comeback of his career. He goes 31 of 47 for 342 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks, and Cincinnati still alive. Maybe they don't have the greatest playoff hopes at this point, but hanging around, and a huge win last night, Chelsea.
Oh, absolutely. So they showed the clip of Mike Tomlin, the head coach of the Steelers, being very bitter that the Bengals got to trade for Joe Flacco. And I think some people thought he was posturing, just saying, okay, this is what he's doing to pump up the opponent and not give them any bulletin board material. But after what we saw last night from Joe Flacco, maybe he has a right to be mad that somebody in the division traded this to a divisional opponent. And so now the Steelers had to deal with Joe Flacco last night. So 2 takeaways for me is that Joe Flacco still got it. And number 2, everything was working for Cincinnati last night because they were able to establish the run early. Chase Brown had a season-high 108 yards on just 11 carries, 9.8 yards per carry, and he had some really explosive runs in the first half that set things up nicely for the receiving game. And so Joe Flacco, when he was at Cleveland, did not have the cupboard of weapons that he now has with Cincinnati. We had our question marks about the offensive line, but Joe Flacco is a crafty veteran, and it felt like he knew the ways around it, and what a night for Joe Flacco.
In his career coming into this game, Flacco had 28 touchdowns and 12 interceptions against the Steelers. So those numbers just went up last night. So Mike Tomlin knew, dude, okay, he might be older, but I've seen enough of this guy to know he can be a real threat, and he was. And also it helps when you have Jamar Chase. 16 catches, 161 yards and a touchdown. He is the 4th receiver in NFL history with 2 games of at least 14 catches in a single season. That's a pretty good game plan. Just see that Jamar Chase guy, the guy we're number 1, just throw to him whenever you can, and it worked.
Yeah, and T. Higgins had a measly 96 yards.
Yeah.
So he was a big part of the game plan as well. And we saw that last week, that Joe Flacco was kind of favoring T. Higgins. But even when it was Jalen Ramsey on Jamar Chase showed us that he is one of the best receivers in the NFL. And you could tell that there was a desperation with the Bengals last night. And I think you could tell on some of those catches from Jamar Chase where like he would bobble it and then he would secure it. So you could tell that the Bengals are playing with some fight now. Not that they weren't before, but it does feel like Joe Flacco has injected new life into them as well.
He really has. And I love that Bengals fans were chanting, "Thank you, Cleveland," by the end of the game. Like the Browns, even when the Browns aren't playing, they're still taking L's. Thank you, Cleveland. Oh, my God. So good. Since he moves to 3-4, next up for the Steelers, they welcome the Packers on Sunday. That game in prime time. The Bengals host the Jets. In Major League Baseball, the Dodgers do it again. They edge the Brewers 3-1. Dodgers minus 190 on the money line. Total set at 7.5 at BetMGM. Make it legendary. The under hits. Aaron Ashby gets the start for the Brewers, but not for long.
Tony is at third to start this one, and Mookie Betts puts the Dodgers on the board right away. Splits the gap. Betts on his way to second. He is in there with an RBI double. 1-0 Dodgers right out of the gates.
Call courtesy of TBS. Dodgers take the early lead. Ashby goes out. Jacob Mrazorowski comes in. Game tied at 1 in the 6th. Dodgers get 2 more thanks to a single by Tommy Edman and a throwing error by Brewers pitcher Abner Uribe. And that's really all the Dodgers need. Tyler Glass now just 1 run, strikes out 8 over 5 2/3. This was just all L.A. Low-scoring game, but the Dodgers sort of always felt in control.
Yeah, they did. And it feels like you look at this Brewers lineup, a team that was a really good hitting lineup in the regular season. And now I saw somewhere where they're hitting like as a team, somewhere close to 100. They have not been able to score runs. And I understand the first 2 games of this series, you had otherworldly performances from Blake Snell and from Yamamoto. But listen, when you get to the NLCS, who did you expect? Like, this is the cream of the crop of Major League Baseball, and we once again saw it last night for the starting pitching for the Dodgers. Tyler Glasnow, 8 punch-outs, 5 2/3. I will say this, Jacob Mrazorowski at least gave the Brewers a chance, but you're not going to win many games scoring a single run. So the Brew Crew has got to get some pop in their lineup.
Yeah, Mrazorowski was awesome. And even Dave Roberts after the game was like, I mean, this guy has incredible stuff. His fastball finally dipped to like 98 miles an hour instead of 101. But the Brewers have to get run production. And, man, when the Dodgers starting pitching has been just so dominant, when you go from Yoshi, before that it was Snell, last night Glasnow. Like, what are the Brewers going to do? This is L.A. playing about as well as it can play. And what's a little scary now is that Shohei's starting to hit again. He was slumping for a while, 1 for 4 last night. So he was a part of that Dodgers run in the first inning. So it's just kind of all coming together for the Dodgers.
Well, now it just feels like almost in an insurmountable hole for the Brewers when you have such a dominant team like the Dodgers with a 3-0 series lead. So you're going to be staving off elimination in every single game. And I'm not saying they can't win a game or two, but at the end of the day, it just feels like the Dodgers, they ain't losing 3 games in a row. Like, I understand that things like this have happened in sports before, but this would be pretty crazy. I just don't see this Dodgers lineup going cold for 3 straight games.
Yeah, I was looking at the TikTok that we posted yesterday where the caption was, can the Brewers rally against the Dodgers? And both of us were like, no, they can't. But people didn't watch the video. They're like, ooh, karma. You guys don't know ball. And we're like, did you watch the video? Did you watch the video? Oh
we were both on the Dodgers.
I know. People just don't even watch. They just immediately go to the comments like, ooh. But yes, we were on the Dodgers yesterday. Dodgers 1 win away from being the first World Series champion to go back to the Fall Classic since the Phillies in 2009. Game 4 tonight in L.A. Dodgers a minus 200 money line favorite. They're going to close this out, right? This is a sweep. It feels like it.
It might be a sweep. Well, especially with Ohtani on the hill. Like, it doesn't get much easier just because his strikeout stuff is just so good. And that's the thing. Like, the Brewers have been missing, have been striking out quite a bit. And I understand these are strikeout pitchers we're talking about. But again, next up you have Ohtani. So if you're striking out a lot against strikeout pitchers, you're probably going to strike out a lot against Ohtani.
Very true. Okay, let's go to the ALCS. Game 4 last night. The Jays ripping the Mariners 8-2. Jays plus 105 on the money line. The over hits with a total set at 7 and a hook. Mariners jump out to a 1-0 lead in the second inning, and then it is all Toronto.
Second, nobody out. The 8th pitch, a high line drive to right field. Canzone's going back. It's gone again. It's Jimenez out of the 9th spot, sparking the Jays for the second night in a row.
Call from FS1. Andres Jimenez, again from that 9 spot. 2 for 4 RBI. Vladdy Jr. goes deep as well. He now has 5 home runs in the playoffs. That breaks the Blue Jays postseason record. And can we talk about another old man here on the show? This is the old man edition. I'm an old man. I love this. Max Scherzer, brilliant on the mound. 2 runs over 5 2/3 innings. And, of course, John Schneider comes out, tries to take him out of the game in the 5th. And Scherzer was not having it. Sent Schneider back, wanted to finish the inning, and he did. And then Schneider said after the game, look, this guy was giving me the stare down with those 2 off-colored eyes. I thought he was going to kill me. A direct quote. I thought he was going to kill me. And then as Scherzer about it, he goes, I wanted the ball, and I basically told him that in a little different language. But it was cool to see him turn back the clock like we saw Flacco and Rodgers do last night.
Right, and especially having that internal confidence, knowing that, hey, I can stay out here and I can do this. And it certainly makes things a lot easier when you get a lot of run support. Because when you score 8 runs in a game, you're probably going to win a lot of those games. Like the Blue Jays are averaging over 7 runs a game this postseason. They have been an absolute wagon when it comes to their offense. So for the Mariners, this is going to be a scrappy team till the end. Now we have a series tied at 2 games apiece. I honestly don't know who's going to win this series.
Yeah, I remember just 2 days ago, and I was like, I think the Mariners are a team of destiny.
They still could be.
They could be. They could be. Also, I could be on Old Takes Exposed. I don't know. But the Blue Jays bats, man, my God. Like, we were both on the over yesterday. I had the first 5 over. You were in the full game over. Both of those hit. And I don't think I'd touch an under right now with the way that the Blue Jays are hitting the baseball. They are just, everyone's just swinging away. And this is a pitcher's park at T-Mobile Field in Seattle. I just have to say, I just love seeing Mad Max turn back the clock. He's a hero here in D.C. because he led the Nationals to a World Series. But his competitive fire is sort of unmatched. Like, you just don't see many pitchers like that who are not just blowing their top. It's because they have such an a lot of guys might be seen as, all right, you're sort of showing up the manager here. You need to acquiesce a little bit. With Mad Max, it's like, no, this guy wants to win more than anyone, and everyone respects that.
Right. It feels like a flashback to the pitchers that we saw in like the 2000s. Like Madison Bumgarner used to do this.
Oh, yeah.
Where you'd have guys that are just like really fiery. And now he is such a veteran that when he says that to a manager, the manager just walks back to the dugout. I was like, listen, smack Scherzer. We're just going to let him out there. Because, listen, like, he didn't have good numbers coming into this game. He had not pitched in a game in a month. So this was a virtuoso performance comparative to what he had been doing in the regular season. And the fact that he ate up 5 2/3 is a huge, huge help to the bullpen. So they got to win. They saved the bullpen a little bit. Things in the momentum category now turning towards Toronto.
Yeah, they asked George Springer after the game about Max, and Springer goes, I tried to stay away from him. Game 5 tonight in Seattle. Blue Jays is short, -115 favorite. Coming up next, back to the NFL we go. And if the Jets can finally get a win. Pro football next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Friday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we begin our preview of Week 7 in the National Football League, including the Jags playing a home game in London town. So I saw this quote a couple days ago, and Aaron Glenn, God bless him, he's trying, Chelsea. He's trying to make away with the Jets. Jets are 0-6. And here they are this week. I believe they host. Yes, they do. The Carolina Panthers. Don't watch that game. Do yourself a favor. So Aaron Glenn was asked whether or not Justin Fields should throw more 50-50 balls. And here was his answer with a little shot at the media.
Here's what I do know is, and you're right, and I've said that, and I still believe that. And I think that's for any quarterback, especially when you have man coverage to give a guy a chance. But I do know if something bad happens, you guys are going to be about him, So the thing is, he just got to go out there and play quarterback and do the best that he can. But I don't come off that at all. When you're in man coverage, you got to give a guy the chance to go catch the ball.
I don't think it's a huge deal, but the fact that he's like, oh, if he makes a mistake, you guys are going to say something. And I just want to say, dude, you're in New York City, and also you're 0-6, and your quarterback is struggling. Like, of course. Like, you don't think fans, you don't think the media is going to say something? Of course they are. The team isn't going to inspire the media with the way that they're playing for the media to say, Coach, hey, listen, tough loss, but I feel like you could get to 1-6 this week. Like, I feel like he just doesn't get it. And you put that together with what we saw last week in that just abomination of a drive just before halftime against the Broncos overseas, where he wasn't even trying to score, which doesn't inspire confidence. And I just don't feel like he's long for this job.
It does feel like when you start to get combative with the media that, like, it's more of a you problem. It's like you're feeling insecure, right?
Yeah.
Because if you were winning games, like, you wouldn't get combative with the media. And I understand it's New York City, but, like, what are we supposed to do if he throws an interception? She's like, oh, well, it wasn't a big play in the game. Like, just ask Russell Wilson. We get on every single quarterback when they throw interceptions, 50-50 ball or not, because it's a big swing of the game's momentum, and it is a turnover, and you can't do turnovers in the NFL and expect to win a lot of games. So, like, it's not a Justin Fields thing. It's an every quarterback thing.
Right. And also, you're 0-6. Like, you're 0-6. Like, what do you think is going to happen? You were hired to improve this team. You haven't won a single game. Your game management is rightfully in question. Your quarterback that you signed to lead this team is not playing well. Like, of course you're going to get criticism. And again, he didn't go after the media too much, but I just find it funny when someone just wants to slide that in. You know what I mean? And he agreed with the question. He was like, yeah, I agree. And also, you guys are going to say something about it. Of course. You're in New York City. Did you not know this comes with the territory? And yes, as a small caveat, sometimes the media can be too much. They can exaggerate things. We do see that on a regular basis. This is not what is happening here, and it just makes me think he doesn't get it.
Yeah, somewhere Arch Manning is like, well, at least they didn't call you the closest word association to failure.
Right.
Could be worse.
Right.
Because Justin Fields is in the NFL. Like, every NFL quarterback comes under scrutiny, right? Like, it doesn't matter where you are. Even if you're in a market where, like, people don't really care as much. Like, people hate on Kyler Murray all the time. Even though I feel like as a whole, as a nation, we do not care about the Cardinals.
No, we don't. I don't think the Cardinals care about the Cardinals. I feel like they're the one team that just kind of sits in the ether and nobody really says anything about Arizona. It's really strange. Well, it's that time. It's a Friday, so let's check out who we've got in Week 7. You know where we're starting. Any defender who has ever suited up in the National Football League knows the challenge at hand when facing the Jacksonville Jaguars. Try to sack a quarterback whose luscious hair requires meticulous shampooing and conditioning. That's Trevor Lawrence in London town. Jags and Rams. Rams are laying 3, Chelsea. This feels like a field goal game to me. I would be on the Rams. I would lay this. But I also have to say that when it comes to London games, I get a little nervous because it's just another variable for which you have to account.
Right. And of course, the Jags have played in London a ton. It almost feels like their other home field in the NFL. And it was strange seeing the Rams practicing in Baltimore this week. Did you see this? They were practicing at Camden Yards. I guess because that trip from LA to London is a huge, long flight. So they broke it up. They were playing at Camden Yards. But the big question this week is if Puka Nacua is going to play. It looks like he's probably not going to. He didn't practice on Thursday. So he is obviously a huge part of the Rams' production in the passing game. But I do feel like if you have a veteran quarterback like Matt Stafford, he will be able to utilize his other weapons. And I do think Davante Adams is in for a big day. His prop right now over at BetMGM, 77.5 receiving yards for -115. Davante Adams is still a number 1 receiver. Like, I know Puka Nacua normally gets like 14 targets, but those targets got to go somewhere. So I feel like we see a heavy dose of Davante Adams. The Jags still feel to me like one of those teams that's kind of inconsistent. So, like, we have seen their high-end potential, but we've also seen them make, like, disastrous mistakes. So, like, I'm not one to trust the Jags too much. I would lean towards the Rams here, but for the reason that the Jags also have upside, I don't think this one's going to make the card for me.
Also, with the travel, when you mention the Rams with a stopover, I mean, my God, that sort of travel can just do a number on you, especially if you're a pro athlete. So that's just another reason why I'm like, London game, I'll look at other games on the schedule, like Raiders and Chiefs. Chiefs laying 12 points in Kansas City. The Chiefs are -750. Vegas is +525 on the money line, and the over-under is 45 and a hook. This is kind of a dead number, but I think the Chiefs could put the hurt on the Raiders. Like, now they get Rashee Rice back. They look great against the Lions. And also, the Raiders just stink. I don't know how they're going to move the football on the Chiefs. The Raiders' offensive line is so terrible, which is one of the reasons why Ashton Genty just has not really been able to get going. And Geno Smith, I believe, still leads the league in interceptions. He's under constant pressure. It's a huge number, so I think I like other games on the board, but I would actually lay 12 with Kansas City.
I feel like when I see a 12 on the spread, I just move on. I'm like, listen, it's not worth my time. Maybe you can make a case for Kansas City laying 6.5 in the first half and say, hey, the Chiefs are going to run away with this early, because I do think Rashee Rice is going to be a huge boon for this offense. And I think his prop is certainly worth considering, because in those 3 games he played last year before getting hurt, and then he had all this nonsense with the suspension, you know, he had the second most receiving yards in the NFL during that span. So when the Chiefs have Rashee Rice at their disposal, they absolutely use him. So his prop this week is 56.5. This feels very low for somebody who has been their number 1 receiver when healthy. So I think that's certainly worth a look. Or you could go Chiefs in the first half.
What do you think about Saints-Bears? I think we would be on opposite sides here. Or maybe not. I know you were maybe talking about the Saints yesterday. Do you think the line is too big? Chicago's laying 5, total 47?
I think I considered putting this in a teaser. So, like, I don't think I would play this normally. But I will say this. Like, the Bears have been playing in all kinds of close games. Like, literally back-to-back weeks, they have won by a final score of winning by 1 point. I think it was 25-24 back-to-back weeks. So the Bears kind of feel like they're at that sell high point where they're coming off that big win off the Commanders. And I think in the NFL, like, that's something you really have to be wary of. So sometimes these type of teams are a little bit overvalued. And I do think the Bears, like, have a good shot of winning this game at home. I am just saying it might get interesting. We have seen that from some of these Bears games where the wins have come, but they're not always pretty.
I think I would lean towards the Bears here. Money came in on the Saints. This open Bears -5.5. Now it's Bears -5. But the Bears have won 3 straight. They're back at home for the first time in weeks. Should be pumped to be back in front of that home crowd. Also going back to last season, Bears are 6-3-1 against the number when playing at home. Caleb Williams continues to get better under Ben Johnson. And also the Saints stink. They stink. I would lean Bears. Dead number, Bears -5 is where I'm going. Dolphins and Browns. Woof. Okay, sure. Cleveland is the favorite, Chelsea. The Browns Laying 2.5, Browns minus 140. Miami is plus 115. Total is a low 39 and a hook. God. Am I going to bet Cleveland here? Now it's back up to 3 again. Oh, man, I don't want to do this, but I think Cleveland's the right side.
I think you could make a case for Cleveland. Like, think about Tua under pressure. This Browns defense is still very, very good, but it should be noted that weather is probably going to be a factor in this game. So they have predicted 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. So, like, don't expect this to be an absolute shootout. There is a reason this game is set at 37.5. And honestly, I would still lean towards the under. I think we see a heavy dose of the run game. The Dolphins have not been great at stopping the run. And then you look at the props for Quinshon Judkins in this game, and it's in the 90s. Like, the odds makers are expecting a huge run output from this Browns offense, and the Browns defense has been pretty consistently good. So it's not that I believe in the Browns offense as a whole. It's just the fact that the Dolphins, kind of all the factors go against them. The Dolphins have shown they are not good at playing in these, like, tough weather games. I understand it's not cold, but, like, Tua does not have a super strong arm. So no. I don't think he's going to be beating the wind with his little arm back there. So I would lean towards the Browns, but I like the under better.
The El Nino game. Is this El Nino?
Spanish for the Nino.
The Nino. I don't trust Tua's little arm in the Nino. His little arm. But I kind of think you're right here. Here's the thing. The Browns are spectacular against the run. This is one of the best run defenses in all of the National Football League, which means you put it on Tua's arm without Tyreek Hill to try and win this game. I don't think so. I mean, I'm not going to put my money down on the Browns, but I really believe Cleveland is the right side here. Okay, here we go. We've talked about it somewhat this week. Patriots, your Tennessee Titans. Pats laying 7. New England minus 325 on the money line. Tennessee is plus 260. Total is 42. Chelsea, take it away. Tell us why your Titans are going to pull the upset.
Oh, God. Don't paint me in that corner. I will say at least Brian Callahan is gone. Somebody who didn't even know the rules of football, and you would feel like he would just give the other team points at every single half because of the mismanagement. But, like, the Patriots are come in here with a point to prove. Because Mike Vrabel obviously was fired by the Titans, and now it's very easy to come and be like, hey, look at how much better we are. But even if you take revenge off the table, this is a much better Patriots team. Honestly, I feel like it's one of the best teams in the AFC. I think the only question here is maybe the 7 points, because that is still a very large number in the NFL. But the Titans' offense, man, just absolutely god-awful. Like, every time you think they have a drive going, they, can't even make forward progression. So they don't even have an offensive coordinator calling plays. It's somebody further down, the depth chart. So I just don't have a ton of faith in this Titans offense. I think you could almost look at a Titans team total under. It's pretty low. Let's see what it is. 17.5. Okay. I like that. I think either any way you slice it, the Titans are not scoring many points, and I do think the Patriots roll here.
Yeah, I like that bet. Titans team total under 17 and a hook. I'd play that. I don't think they're going to get the dead coach bounce. I love that phrase, by the way. The old dead coach bounce. No, I don't think it's going to happen. So I would still lean Patriots. I also think if things fall the right way and the Titans get behind early, this could be a New England blowout, but also we are talking about the National Football League. How about this game? Eagles and Vikings in Minneapolis. Eagles are laying 2. They're minus 130 on the money line. Vikings are plus 110, and your total is 44. I like the Vikings, I think, here. It seems like a really short line, and you've got an Eagles offense that is a total mess right now going into Minneapolis against a Brian Flores defense. The Eagles just seem completely miserable, and also J.J. McCarthy is going to be back for the Vikings. I think he could have a big game alongside Justin Jefferson. Quinyon Mitchell is out for the Eagles, one of their best corners. So the Eagles really need to win to kind of put together their season again after losing 2 straight. I don't know if it's going to happen.
I don't want anything to do with this game, Jenks. Like, I would lean with you, maybe with the Vikings, but I don't know. Like, I'm still kind of holding out hope for the Eagles because, like, they still have so many good pieces on that offense. And, like, at some point you would think that the desperation starts to set in, like, hey, we got to do something different. Like, I saw, like, some NFL Pelling, if you were given the opportunity, what would you do to fix the Eagles' offense? I'm like, we're supposed to give them free ideas? No, thank you. I'm already running a household over here. I'm very busy. But I do think they have to be working on something. They're too good of a team to look this bad. I guess they're 4-2, but they still look very bad.
You want advice from me? You know it's Croctober, right? You understand it's Croctober. I don't have time for this. I'm making a large meal in my crock pot. What are you doing?
Exactly.
Yes. Also, Panthers and Jets in the early window. You know what? Knock yourself out. Coming up next on the show. Just getting started with our football previews. Up next, late window of games and if the Colts can keep their winning ways alive in La La Land. It's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Hope you're having a great morning. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up in 2 minutes, we will check out the late games on Sunday's NFL schedule and what should be a high-scoring battle in Big D between the Cowboys and the Commanders. I'm having a hard time focusing, Chelsea. You're going to have to keep me focused here because I just went to the bathroom really quick, and when I walked out of the bathroom, I was in the break room filling up my coffee, and they had some music on because they play music throughout the building, different stations here at the Odyssey headquarters in D.C., and I was just like, oh, I remember this song. Like 1988, I think. Oh. I'm just sitting there, just listening to the song, drinking my coffee, and I'm like, Michael, you have a live radio show. Go downstairs. You have a new segment. Let's move. And I'm running down the steps because I just kind of got lost. Like, that's how I know I'm close to the weekend, where I just kind of lose focus for a second and have to gather myself and remember that I still have a job to do. It's like having senioritis back in the day.
I think it's also a sign that you're like pretty comfortable in your job, because I feel like I used to need like more time before the show. I was like, I need 20 minutes to relax before the show and get dialed in. Now we both roll up, or like you show up earlier, I think, than I do now. I roll up like 5 minutes before. I'm like, that's all the time I need. Like, I don't need to just sit here for 20 minutes. And regulate my nerves, because I was somebody who used to like kind of get a lot of adrenaline and I have to like calm myself down. Now I don't think I'm at that point anymore, especially when you work from home, where sometimes I think it's very easy to feel very comfortable because you look over and it's like, I got Blake's toys over here. Some days I wrap myself up in a cozy blanket and I've got all my snacks and my beverages. So it's one of those things where I think it's a sign of comfort, which can be a good thing, but it also can be a bad thing, because sometimes I look at this room, I'm like, maybe I should do some tidying up during breaks, when in fact I need to be focused on the show.
I'm really focused on your day today. Is it cold there? Because I feel like...
My day?
Yeah. I feel like you got a little something brewing.
James.
You know what that is? Something bubbling in the crock pot. A little chilly outside. All of a sudden you're snuggled up on the couch just waiting for the food to be ready. That sounds like a good day. You got sports on the TV. You know, Blake's practicing your batting stance a few feet away from you, getting ready for Tuesday's game. Sounds good to me.
Oh, Jenks. This delusional land that you live in. Like, I don't know how you feel like life is with kids, but like, I ain't sitting and relaxing on the couch.
No,
no, I'm doing nonsense all day. I'm cleaning the house. I'm cleaning out the damn crock pot from yesterday's meal. I'm doing the dishes. I'm doing laundry. I feel like the second that you sit down, like as a parent, that's when your kid asks you to do something. Or even when it's super inconvenient. Like, her favorite thing to do is, I have an armful of groceries on each arm. Like, I am struggling to get up the steps, and she has one thing in her hand. She's like, can you hold this? I'm like, read the room, Blake. My hands are full. Like, kids,
how
the
old
audacity
Blake again?
with kids.
Just for clarity, she's 5,
She
right?
is 5.
Read the room, Blake.
I feel like I could fall down the stairs, and she'd be like, can you make me a snack? It's like, no, I snapped my neck.
But your arms are still working. Blake, call 911. Well, it's all right. At least we have a lot of great NFL this weekend. That's exciting. Also, if you want to bet on the NFL, you got to take advantage of the Any Sport Parlay Boost Token at BetMGM. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost Token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Okay, here we go. Late window of games in the National Football League. Broncos laying 7 in Denver. They're minus 325 on the money line. G-Men are plus 260. Total is at 40. Are you buying the Giants? Jackson Dart, Cam Scattaboo getting 7? Because I am not.
I feel like this is like one of those really volatile stocks. Like, if you compare the NFL to the stock market, it feels like there's boom or bust potential, where the ceiling is really high for the Giants, where you see Cam Scattaboo, running into contact, doing amazing things. Same goes with Jackson Dart. But then we see the low-end potential as well. So I think this is going to be a tough matchup for them, because defensively, this has been a tough matchup for everybody in the NFL, especially when it comes to throwing the football. I will say this, the Giants kind of want to run the football. Maybe that will be more successful here, but I still think this is going to be a really low-scoring affair because on the other side of things, we have a not-so-old quarterback in Bo Nix who looks like he's still figuring things out. So this has not been a super trustworthy Denver offense as well. 7 feels a little rich for my blood. So I do think the Giants certainly have a chance to cover this number, but I do think the better play is the under here.
I like the Broncos here. I feel like the market is way too high on the Giants right now. Like Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo are really fun. They are also still rookies, and the Giants are still a bad football team. And now they have to go into Denver against this exceptional Broncos defense. And I just feel like we're all caught up in the hype of Dart and Scatterbo just like muscling over guys, and the fact that, you know, he likes to run into telephone poles and smash his head up against people. I will say that guy gives max effort, and it really is fun to watch. It's a good way to shorten your career, but I think we just need to pump the brakes a little bit on the G-men. So I would actually lean towards Denver here. Here's a fun one. Colts and Chargers out in L.A. Chargers laying 1.5. L.A. is minus 130 on the money line. The Colts plus 110. Total is 48 and a hook. You hate the Colts. But are they going to win here?
Well, they are in my teaser. I feel like this game like screams teaser leg to me. Because if you can get the Colts at plus 7.5, I do think this is going to be a one-score game. Maybe the Colts come in on the wrong side when it comes to wins and losses. But still, you can't ignore what the Colts have been doing. I still feel like people are not giving this team enough credit. This team is averaging the most points per game of any team in the NFL. They're excellent against the run, and they're excellent against just about everything, allowing the 4th fewest points per game of any defense in the NFL. So it feels like a very complete team. So the Chargers, I know, are a good team, and obviously this is a long road trip from Indianapolis. But still, if you're asking me if I think the Colts have a chance to win this game outright, I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, plus 105, why not? Worth a little bit. They're just a complete team right now. Daniel Jones only has 3 interceptions this season. He's playing great. And also, the Chargers' offense is just so banged up. We know about those O-line injury issues, so you can pressure Justin Herbert. I don't think that the Chargers can score enough points to keep up with Indy and the weapons that they have on offense, and, of course, Jonathan Taylor. So I would be on Indy here. This game, okay, here we go. Commanders and Cowboys in Dallas. Commanders are laying 2. They're minus 130 in the money line. Dallas is plus 110. The total is 55. I am really worried about the Commanders. I'm going to ask D-Day about this. Like, their receiver issues right now. I mean, Terry is supposed to return, but also he wasn't in practice yesterday. Neither was Debo. Noah Brown is on injured reserve. Am I overreacting, or is this a real problem? It feels like a real problem.
You're not excited for Tennessee Titans legend Treylon Burks?
Oh, God, I know.
Oh, the one that they told us was going to be the next A.J. Brown, and now he's on the practice squad, right? He's not even on the real team.
He's on our team now.
But I thought it was the practice squad.
Oh, yeah.
It's on the active roster?
Yeah.
They'll probably call him.
I think they're going to elevate him.
So that, sick. Ready for that one? Guy that had cardio issues. Ready? Awesome. Thrilled. Wonderful.
I don't feel good. I like the over, but now I'm wondering about the Commanders being able to score with their what potentially could be a lack of talent at receiver. So I do like the over because the Cowboys don't play any defense anyway, and the Commanders are absolutely susceptible to the big play. But the total is also, 55? I don't know. I don't want to bet against my team, but I feel like Dallas might be the right side here because of the injuries to the Commanders. They are just so banged up, and they don't have any depth at receiver. It's just some rookies and some guys who've been throwaways in the league.
I was going to ask you guys, who's the go-to guy? Because the Cowboys defense has been, the get-right game for every single offense. And it's been a must-play for opposing number one wide receivers. So now you look at, the betting props over at BetMGM. The only receiving prop they have listed is Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who is not a receiver.
Right.
So, I don't know who I'm supposed to play in this one. But I will say this Cowboys defense is very beatable. And, Jenks, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like there were times last year in the season where Jaden Daniels made some receivers who were deemed mediocre look pretty damn good. right?
Yeah.
Like De'Ami Brown. So maybe he does it again this game.
Yeah. De'Ami got paid because of Jaden Daniels. Olamide got his contract with the Bears, and he's been decent for Chicago. But you're right, and Jaden has that ability to elevate guys. But at some point, you do have to have some sort of talent out there, right? Like Debo maybe could go, but he has a heel injury, and he didn't work out yesterday. The reason why these props are off the board is because yesterday at practice, it was just MIA for the Commanders starting receivers. So we're not really sure what's going on. This is one of those games where if you really want to bet on it, I would wait a day or two and see who's going to play for Washington. What about the Packers and the Cardinals getting together in Arizona? Packers laying 6.5, Packers minus 325 on the money line. Zone is plus 260. Your total is 45. I have to say, I don't really care about this game, if we're being honest here. Jacoby Brissett may be going against Green Bay again. You got to check on the status of Kyler Murray. He has a foot injury. He's been limited in practice. Not my favorite game in the card. Once again, I don't know what it is about Arizona. When I see the Cardinals, I'm like, just move along.
Well, I think they're the only NFL team where if you Google Cardinals, the first team that pops up is the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yes.
Like, imagine, like, the NFL, the behemoth that it is, even the Arizona Cardinals do not get, like, the respect and recognition. They're like, do you mean the St. Louis Cardinals? No, I mean the other Cardinals.
Yeah. Then you search
Cardinals.
football Cardinals. Do you mean the Louisville Cardinals? No. I'm trying to get to Arizona here. The dagger through the heart.
But, Jenks, I do have a play in this game because I was digging for angles. And I don't know if you knew this, but Green Bay's defense in the first half has been an absolute juggernaut, allowing just 4.4 points per game in the first half. So this defense overall is very good. Arizona comes in with a lot of question marks. Like you mentioned, Kyler Murray has been banged up. Marvin Harrison Jr., I believe, is still in concussion protocol. So the team total for the Cardinals in the first half is 9.5. We have seen the Packers do this to even better teams where they've absolutely shut them down in the first half. Under 9.5 points for the Cardinals in the first half. I feel like that is the play.
There we go. Cardinals bet on the show. Who says we don't care about Arizona? Coming up next on the show, we've tackled the NFL. Now we'll drop down a level and talk college football. She's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
coffee and wake up with the daily tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who, the her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's a Football Friday here on the Daily Tip. We'll sprinkle in some postseason baseball as well, but we will start with the biggest games in college football, including Tennessee and Alabama. Ole Miss and Georgia should be some good ones there. Then we go on to postseason baseball at 7:20, where we handicap the Brewers and Dodgers. Do the Dodgers make it a clean sweep in the NLCS? And then we go to the ALCS, where things have gotten a lot more interesting. That series tied 2 games apiece between the Blue Jays and the Mariners. Then, if you're shaking your fist at us saying, Chelsea, minus 125, live a little. Our Parlay Central comes to you at 7:40, where we do Double D's Degenerate Parlay. We go to the Squad Parlay as well for hopefully some big plus money on the card. All coming up next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. All right, Jenks. So when I first saw this new deal for Curt Cignetti at Indiana, I saw 8 years, $13 million. And I said to myself, 8 years, $13 million? What is this? A player for the Oakland A's? I did not realize it was $93 million overall. Yeah. But still, when you see these deals and you're used to seeing like baseball player deals, hell, even NBA player deals, like it's wild the disparity between like college coaches who you feel like are like the biggest figurehead for the program, and then like NBA players who are like mid, like not even players who you've like heard of half the time, like somebody who plays for like the Memphis Grizzlies or like the Utah Jazz, who gets this kind of money. Is it surprising to you that college coaches don't get paid quite as much as some of the pro athletes do?
No, I mean, the athletes are the ones that drive the ticket sales. You know, they are the stars. I mean, rarely do you come to a game and say, I want to watch this guy coach. So at the end of the day, I get it. The stars are the stars. But also when it comes to college football, you know, the market is going to continue to go higher because of television deals, because of NIL, and you've got to have guys. I mean, you just have more money just coming into programs anyway because of how college football has evolved. But at the end of the day, stars are always going to be stars, and they're the ones that are going to put butts in the seats.
I suppose so. But like what Cignetti has done for Indiana, I feel like even if he didn't win a single game after this new extension, it would still be worth all of the money. Agree? Like, look at what he's done for the program. Like, I feel like they are such in a good spot now that, like, I'm not saying he's going to lose every other game. I am just saying that, like, $93 million for the turnaround that he has given to Indiana feels like a bargain.
Well, it's amazing because Indiana, I believe, is, well, they're definitely in the top 5, but it's their highest ranking, I think, ever, and highest since, like, 1963 or something stupid. You have to understand, as an old guy, since this show has had a lot of old men on it, from Max Scherzer to Aaron Rodgers to Joe Flacco, just growing up, Indiana has never been good. Never. That's not an exaggeration. Right. They've never been good. Obviously, they have a great basketball tradition, but Indiana football has always been an afterthought. It's like, all right, if you got Indiana on the schedule, that's a cupcake win. Northwestern was like that. Northwestern is better, but they were always kind of the same way. Kansas State for a long time was a total doormat. The fact that Kansas State is good is, yeah. I mean, historically, they've been awful. Now that's changed in, you know, the last 10, 15, 20 years, whatever. But they've resurrected their program. And maybe this is the start of something new for Indiana, because I'm telling you, man, Indiana, when have we ever thought about Indiana football outside of like the last couple of years? And Curt Cignetti is why, and he has those players believing. And I think more than anything, this is huge because now you have the school saying, we're going to pay up. Like, we are ready to be competitive in the Big Ten in football. And that was something that was maybe a question mark a few years ago, but not now.
Yeah, especially like you have to strike while the iron's hot. Like you found something amazing in Kurt Signetti, so that you can't just let him go. And obviously there were whispers about if Kurt Signetti would go to Penn State. Now it feels like those whispers have been silenced because now Signetti has signed an 8-year, $93 million extension to stay at Indiana. Puts him at the third highest paid coach in college football behind Kirby Smart, who's making $13 million a year, and then Ryan Day at $12.5 million. This feels about right to me. Like, honestly, if he was the highest paid coach in college football, I wouldn't even like blink. But it does feel like it's nice to see them see like across the market, like, hey, this is what the other coaches are being paid. We need to match it. And it feels like a big sigh of relief for Indiana fans.
Oh, yeah, it has to be. No question about it. I mean, I don't know if they've had a lot of long-standing football fans, no question about it. But now, if you are an alum of IU or if you've wanted them to try and be competitive, now they're showing that, all right, we're going to do it. We're actually going to put the money forth. We're going to have the commitment that we didn't have previously.
Right, and it's nice that he doesn't have to make a hard decision. Because, like, think about it. If they didn't give him a big deal, then I feel like we could fault him, but like it would be a lot harder to make a case and be like, hey, he's going to turn down all this money to be the head coach at Penn State, but Indiana wasn't willing to like back up the Brinks truck. So now they did, and it feels like the decision is a lot easier, obviously, for Kurt Signetti. All right, Jenks, let's get to some big-time college football games over the weekend because it is a beautiful slate. And we'll start with maybe the Friday games. These aren't my favorite, so we can certainly just do a quick pass by. Louisville at number 2, Miami. Miami, of course, looking like one of the best teams in the country right now, laying 13.5 at home, total of 50.5. Then we have number 25, Nebraska at Minnesota. Nebraska laying 7.5 on the road here, total of 47.5. So, Jenks, are you interested in the Friday games, or did you say, hey, there is too much going on Saturday? We need to focus our eyes on the prize.
I mean, mainly on the Saturday games because of a really good slate this weekend. But I will say the one late game that I am on that I'm really excited about watching, it's going to be ACC After Dark tonight, which is Cal and North Carolina out in Berkeley.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait.
Nobody wants to watch that.
I want to watch this. I think this could be an absolute massacre. I mean, maybe not because this line opened with Cal laying 10.5, and the money is coming in on North Carolina, believe it or not. But I am going the other way. I'm going to fade Bill Belichick, and I'm going to go with the Bears here because everything we hear out of North Carolina is that they're just a discombobulated mess. Maybe there's a buyout for Bill Belichick, and the players don't want to be there. They've said, we want to win now. And Bill Belichick has sort of contradicted that idea, saying, oh, we're building towards the future. And the players are like, what? Okay, what about like this week or next week? Their defense is putrid. They're getting just absolutely spanked by teams. So I'm going to be on the Bears tonight, who are surprising at 4-2.
Yeah, it feels like when Carolina loses, they lose big. Like we saw at the first game of the season where they had this like massive display and interest for Bill Belichick, and they lost 48-14. Then they lost 34-9 to UCF. I understand like the level of talent at Clemson is probably a big step up, but they lost that game 38-10. So I would not fault you for fading Carolina in every single way that you can. All right, so let's get on to the games that maybe you do want to watch. So in the SEC, we have a couple top 25 matchups. We have number 10 LSU at number 17 Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt laying 2.5. A total of 48.5. Jenks, I'm pretty sure you have a play in this game.
Yeah, I really like Vanderbilt a lot. And you look at this game and you say, wow, LSU, higher ranked team, getting points here. I think this is when Vandy wins this game outright. And even if they don't, well, they're getting points here, but they can win by a field goal easily against LSU. LSU's offense is a real problem. It has been a problem all season long, and they have a hard time converting on third downs. And when you look at Garrett Nussmeier, he just hasn't met expectations this season. Who would you rather trust in a big game, Garrett Nussmeier or Diego Pavia? I'll take Diego Pavia at home. And the one thing we know about LSU is they will make mistakes. They are very mistake-prone. And when they make a mistake in this game, I think Vanderbilt is going to take advantage. Also, Vanderbilt is really good on the offensive line. So that's their real strength. And I think late in the game, because LSU has some injuries as well, they can kind of push around the Tigers. So I'm going to lay it with Vanderbilt, and they can break that long-time losing streak to LSU. Plus, it's in Nashville as well.
I think it's saying something that Vanderbilt is favored in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Like when the odds makers are telling you this is the team that should win, and it's Vanderbilt, a team that people do not want to believe in, that is a big deal, especially when you go against a brand name like LSU. This is a home game for Vandy. I feel like this is one of those instances where you just look at the line, you're like, hey, the odds makers are right. It's like one of those situations where it's like the unranked team at home facing the top 25 team. When do we see that? Oh, right. It was last week. Texas beating Oklahoma.
Right.
So it's one of those red flags that you see in college football handicapping that I feel like you just believe the odds makers there and lay it with lay the 2.5 with Vanderbilt. All right, elsewhere in the SEC, a big top 10 matchup with number 5 Ole Miss visiting number 9 Georgia. UGA laid 7.5. Ole Miss trying to stay undefeated to go 8-0 for the first time. I wrote this down, Jenks, and I can't find it. I think it's like since 1969 or something. So it would be a huge win for Ole Miss on the road here. Total of 54.5. Georgia obviously has not looked nearly as dominant as I think people have thought, and Ole Miss's offense has been absolutely rolling, averaging more than 500 yards of offense per game. Do you think they can keep it within 7 against Georgia?
You know, initially Double D asked me about this off the air, and I thought, man, that line doesn't make sense. Maybe Georgia's the right side. Seems like way too many points. Am I being tricked here? But the more I thought about this game, the more I looked at this game, I think you do take the points with Ole Miss. I think it's just a bad line. That's the way it feels to me. Already got Lane Kiffin making weight jokes to Kirby Smart, trying to get in his head, saying, he's not burning many calories on the sideline. Last year, Ole Miss won this game. And the one thing about Georgia is, look, Georgia is good, but they don't have those dogs on defense like they used to. Like, they're good defensively, but they're not as nasty as they have been in a couple of previous years. And so when you have an offensive mind like Lane Kiffin and a talented quarterback, a dual threat quarterback in Trinidad Chambliss, then I think they should be able to keep this within the number. So I'm going to go Ole Miss here.
I think that if Ole Miss can establish the run, at least somewhat, they certainly have a chance in this game. And it just feels like Georgia's defense just doesn't have the pass rush that they used to have, and they don't stop the run the way that they used to. So I think Ole Miss certainly has a chance in this game, so I will certainly take the 7.5. I feel like it's too many points. I think maybe Georgia wins this one, but 7.5 is a number that I would like to have. All right, it's kind of the same deal here with Tennessee on the road at Alabama. Who is going to be smoking the victory cigars at the end of this one? Alabama, 8.5-point home favorites here. Total of 58.5. Jenks, once again, it looks like too many points in this situation.
Yep.
But I'll say this. If Alabama's offense gets rolling and we see what, we've seen from Ty Simpson in most of these games, they definitely can run up the score. Honestly, I feel like the over's in play for this one. 58.5 seems a bit too low for me. But what was your initial read on this game?
I like Tennessee and the points here. The one thing about Alabama, and look, Ty Simpson is unbelievable. Like, that guy can just absolutely spin it. So he's fun to watch because he's so talented a quarterback, and I underestimated how good he was going to be for Bama this season. But what did we see last week in Columbia? Bo Pribula, former Penn State quarterback who transferred to Missouri, had some success against this Alabama defense. Every now and then, the Alabama defense is susceptible to the big play, and that's something that Tennessee can take advantage of with Joey Aguilar. So I faded Bama last week, and I'm mad because I had Mizzou +3. That number opened with Missouri +5.5. That would have been a winner. Ended up pushing, but Alabama's schedule has been so brutal. I think at some point it's going to catch up with them enough where they don't cover, so I'd be on Tennessee here.
Well, and also, I know that nationally people don't view this as a rivalry game because, like, Alabama-Auburn feels like the rivalry. But this is a rivalry game. Tennessee-Alabama goes way back. Obviously, they have that tradition at the end of the game where they smoke the victory cigars. And for the longest time, it was Nick Saban absolutely dominating Tennessee. But now Nick Saban ain't walking through that door. I'm not saying Alabama's going to lose. I just think it's going to be closer than 8.5. But Jenks, I've been wrong on some of these lines before because when you see a line that feels too good to be true, like I think we all thought this on the Vanderbilt-Alabama game. Now, granted, that one ended, I feel like, in a bad beat almost. I don't know. Some of these lines make me a little nervous. All right, quickly, let's get in USC Notre Dame. If we're talking about rivalry games, this is a big one as well. Notre Dame laying 9.5, total of 61.5. Let's play, Jenks.
I like Notre Dame here. And I feel like if you look at USC, and I'll probably have a longer handicap on this when we do pick 6 in our final hour. But if you look at Lincoln Riley, it's hard to trust him on the road. If you go back to last season, the Trojans are 1-6 against the number. And also, Notre Dame won this game by 12 last year. They have owned this series. Irish are 6-1 in their last 7 against the Trojans. And also, I don't like Lincoln Riley, so I'm laying it with Notre Dame.
The hate runs deep for anybody who originates in the Midwest. All right, coming up next, we go to postseason baseball, Game 4 of the NLCS and Game 5 of the ALCS. Our bets for that after the break.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we back. It is Friday, October the 17th here on the show. It's the best time of year, as we have said many a time this month, where we have NFL football popping off. We have college games. We have one of the best slates we've had in a while in college football this week. And we have postseason baseball. Jenks, I was kind of rooting that we wouldn't get sweeps in both of these matchups in the NLCS and the ALCS, simply because they had put it in firm writing that the World Series is not going to start till October 24th. If we had sweeps in both of these, we'd be waiting around almost a week. So that's the one downside of if the Dodgers do sweep the Brewers, they're going to be waiting around, which sometimes can be a good thing because your bullpen will be rested. And I think, most of the time, logically speaking, that is a great thing. But also, you don't want to wait around too much and be rusty. So at least we have a series in one of these, but it does feel like the Dodgers are probably going to be waiting around a bit.
Yeah, they just look so dominant right now. So this could be it. I think that game is going to be all Dodgers tonight, or at least the Dodgers are going to pull it out, sweep this series, and they're just going to be sitting back licking their chops for whoever they face next. I could be wrong. Maybe we'll get surprised, and maybe the Brewers will try and do something, but you know how it is. When you're down 3-0 in an LCS, there's only one team who has ever come back for a deficit like that, and that was the 2004 Red Sox and that famous comeback against the Yankees. But I think it's pretty much over. It's just a matter of when it's going to end.
Well, and especially because things aren't even lining up well for the Brewers. They have extinguished all of their options when it comes to pitching. Jacob Mizorowski was really good last night, but they used him last night for 5 2/3. So he ain't pitching tonight, or at least one would assume if they want to preserve his arm health. But I was going back and forth with somebody the other day, which my parallel to this is that Brewers fans are probably feeling pretty sad that they've had this great storybook season. And if it comes to an end like this, it would feel very anticlimactic. So as a fan, what do you think is more disappointing? Having a great team and coming really close to greatness, or having a bad team that's not even in the conversation?
Oh, God. I think it's getting close to greatness because at least you have the memories of the season. It's tough to watch a great season come to an end. But at the very least, if you look at the Brewers, they're just outclassed here. So even if they tried to make it a series, the Dodgers are just a better team. The Dodgers are the best team in baseball.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there's no shame in losing to a team that is the best in the sport. And that's just what has happened. And it certainly doesn't take away from the disappointment, but I would rather at least have a regular season full of memories and a lot of highs, and the fact that you made it this far, than to say, oh, I just suffered through the dregs of an awful season. There was no hope whatsoever. It was miserable. At least you can look back and say, yeah, we lost to the eventual, perhaps, World Series champions, but we had some great memories along the way.
Right. And also the Dodgers payroll this year was $321 million. The Brewers payroll this year was $115 million.
Right.
So it's not exactly a fair fight. But the reason that I mention this is because some people are complaining about oh, the Eagles are bad right now and the Phillies lost. I was shut up. You guys won a Super Bowl last year. Do you know how, discouraging it feels to be a team that's not even in the conversation? So do not complain about your team that is in the postseason when you're talking to me, a Titans fan, where we are careening towards the number one pick once again in the NFL.
Yeah, it's amazing how people get so caught up in the now. And I get that, right? Because if you're the defending world champions and all of a sudden your offense is falling apart and people don't like each other, at least it seems that way, and you're like, what's going on? We may not win again. It's broski, I take your Super Bowl and enjoy it for a while. I'm a Titans fan, okay? We'll take a dub. We'll take a win. We'll just take a win. So, yes, I will not hear. And plus, I don't listen to Philly fans complain anyway.
Right? You have a lot going for you. So, just
right.
Shut up. All right, so let's get to these games tonight. As we kind of hinted, I think both of us are kind of leaning towards the Dodgers once again in Game 4 of the NLCS. Dodgers with a commanding 3-game lead, 3 games to nothing Ohtani taking the mound from the Dodgers. Brewers look like they're going to be cobbling together a rotation tonight, as they have not announced a starter just yet. Means they'll probably go with an opener here. LA minus 190 on the money line. Milwaukee plus 155. Let me double check those numbers. I would imagine they're around the same things today, but that might have been yesterday. Oh, minus 200. This has gone up in a total of 8 runs. So, Jenks, I feel like I can assume that we are going to play the Dodgers in some way, but I guess I need to ask just in case. Do you like the Brewers here, or is it all Dodgers?
I think it's all Dodgers. They just don't have any arms left, do they? Like, who are they going to throw out there? Mizorowski, watch his arm fall off? Freddie Peralta on short rest? They don't have a deep rotation anyway. They got Shohei on the mound, who didn't get a lot of work this season, but still racked up a record of 1-1, 2.87 ERA, 62 strikeouts, and also in big moments, I do expect guys like Shohei Ohtani to deliver. I think he delivers tonight. I don't think it matters who goes for Milwaukee. And also, going back to 2018, the Brewers have now lost 10 straight games away from Milwaukee. It just doesn't set up well for them. And also, the mental grind of knowing we are down 3-0 against the LA Dodgers on the road. We just cannot beat them, and we haven't won a post-game, series game in forever. Like, how are we going to overcome LA tonight? Like, that mental hurdle, I think, is a big factor as well. So, yeah, I'm definitely on LA. I like LA in the money line at plus 110. I like him at minus 1. I'm not going to lay minus 200 here, but it's hard for me to make a case for Milwaukee at all.
Yeah, it just doesn't line up well for them. And especially since they haven't been getting much out of their lineup. Like, I think that's the craziest part, is that they have cobbled together like some starters for these games. They came into this series saying, hey, we have 1.5 starters for this series, which is not great when it's a 7-game series. But they've been in a lot of these games. But the problem is they have scored exactly 1 run in every single game. You are not going to win many games against the Dodgers when you can only score 1 run. And it just feels like it's not getting easier against Ohtani. Maybe Ohtani gives up a couple runs here, but it's just not been a Brewers lineup with much pop. And even when you zoom out and say, okay, this is a Brewers offense that was good during the regular season, but I will say this. Of the teams remaining in the postseason, the Brewers do not have a ton of power. They were towards the bottom of home runs in Major League Baseball for the course of the regular season. I think they were like 18th in the majors. Meanwhile, you look at the Dodgers, and they were at least 2nd or 3rd in every single power metric. I think they had the 2nd most home runs of any team in baseball, and they get it from top to bottom as well. Yeah. It's not just the guys at the top of the lineup. Again, Ohtani is starting to show signs of life at the top of the lineup, but it's been other guys who have been doing the heavy lifting. So I think you either play the Dodgers on the run line, or you get creative in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Does feel like the Dodgers are going to the World Series once again. Yeah. All right, let's go to the ALCS. Maybe things are a little bit more interesting between the Blue Jays and the Mariners. Blue Jays have been scoring all the runs as of late. The series tied 2 games apiece, but Seattle home favorites here tonight at minus 125. Toronto plus 105. But or minus 105 and then minus 115 for the Blue Jays. Excuse me. But I'll say this. Kevin Gausman is pitching for the Blue Jays, and we know who has great numbers against Kevin Gausman. Cal Raleigh. Cal Raleigh has 5 career homers against Kevin Gausman. Maybe this is the difference in tonight's game. But, Jenks, let's talk about this total for a second. Sure. A total of 7 runs in a Blue Jays game. Did you know that the Blue Jays, by themselves, are averaging 7 runs a game this postseason? Do you consider an over here?
I would look at an over for sure, although the money is just piling in on the under. We're seeing 6.5s now at some books, which is just crazy to me. But I would be on the other side. I mean, sometimes following the money is, something that works to your advantage. Or if you go the other side, where you say, okay, the money is actually reducing this number. I like the other side. Let's go to the other side because that's the side I'm on. You never want to just follow it blindly. But with the way that the Blue Jays are hitting right now, I understand that it's going to be a tight game because here we are. It's a game 5. This is absolutely crucial. But I'm not going to fade Toronto's bats based on what we've seen over the past couple games, especially with a total at 6 and a hook. No thanks.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Especially the deeper we get into these postseason series, the more these guys are seeing the same relievers. And plus, like a lot of guys on this Mariners team have seen Kevin Gausman stuff before as well. Like I mentioned, Cal Raleigh is hitting .417 in his career against Kevin Gausman. I think you can get his hits plus runs plus RBI over 1.5 at -115. I think that is a solid play for the big dumper tonight, especially since he's playing at home, where he's been better this season as well, offensively speaking. But this Blue Jays lineup is real hard for me to fade. Like, I don't think I'm going to pick a side in this one. So the odds makers think that, okay, so the Blue Jays are favored -115, Mariners -105. Do you think the Blue Jays win a third straight game here?
I'm trying to decide if I'm going to play the Blue Jays, but I like them a lot in this game. Like, a lot.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. First of all, if you look at Bryce Miller, and yeah, he was great early in this series, right? But the thing is, if you look back during the regular season where you have a much larger sample size, his ERA at home was near 6, 5.80. He was not good during the regular season. And this is at home in a pitcher's park at T-Mobile Field. You look at the Blue Jays bats, how well they performed over the past couple games. Like Andres Jimenez in the 9 spot is playing out of his mind. Vladdy's jacking home runs. And Kevin Gausman has been really good over the latter half of the season, 2 runs or less in 14 of his last 19 starts. The Blue Jays are the hotter team right now with the way they've been playing. They have the momentum, and you can get them at -115. I think Toronto is the call.
Especially with all the momentum going in their favor. And it does feel like the Blue Jays are kind of a streaky lineup where, like, those first 2 games felt more like an anomaly to me. The fact that we saw all those bats go cold because they were one of the best offenses, like, in baseball for most of the regular season. And now we're seeing it. Like, when they score runs, they really pile them on. Like I said, they're averaging over 7 runs a game this postseason. We saw it last night. When they're hot, they're scorching hot. So I think for me, I'm still going to play the over here, over 7. At BetMGM is -115. Like, listen, like, that still feels very low for this Blue Jays offense, and hell, even this Mariners offense. Because if we look at the Mariners over the course of the regular season, they were the #1 offense in all of baseball, and they're playing at home here. So I do think both these teams certainly have a chance to score some runs. So I think the play that I'm locked into is going to be the over. But, Jenks, who do you think wins this series? Do you think it's the Blue Jays?
Oh, God, I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. I mean, here I am. I feel like that I'm being such a hypocrite right now because 2 days ago I was like, the Mariners look like a team of destiny. They've never played in the World Series. Look at them now. Up 2-0. Teams in that spot win 74% of the time. And I believe that is the statistic. But now here we are, nodded at 2, and the Blue Jays, who are very streaky, are just smoking hot at the plate. Like, I have no idea what's going to happen in this series. But I will say, if I think the Blue Jays are going to win tonight, and I think they are, then you go back to Toronto and they're playing in front of that crazy Rogers Center crowd with a chance to close things out, then I would say, yeah, I have to switch up my opinion, and maybe it's Toronto now.
Well, it's funny that the books have trouble deciding as well, because over at BetMGM right now, series winner for the ALCS, Mariners -110, Blue Jays -110. If you think you have an angle and say, hey, both these teams are so evenly matched that this goes the distance, you can bet on that. Series ending in 7 games is -110. 6 games is -110 as well. I think it could go 7. Like, I'm kind of hoping it does.
Yeah.
But I also think, like, in the large form of things, I want whoever advances in this series to have a good chance against the Dodgers. So for that reason, I hope it doesn't go the distance. Because, Jenks, I think I could speak for all of us when we say anyone but the Dodgers, right?
Yeah. Here's the thing. I like the Dodgers individual players, like individually.
Right.
They're very likable. But as a team, it's like, yeah, you should be winning. You spent all this money. That's the only thing that drives me crazy about baseball, is that it creates such inequity where, of course, you have all of the best players. And then you went during the offseason and you signed Blake Snell. I'm like, my God, okay, let's give you guys even more help. So while I like a lot of the guys and, Freddie Freeman show, you can go down the list, and Mookie and all those guys, and they're very likable and incredible baseball players. The fact that they're all on the same team is just ridiculous.
Even though it should be noted that the Dodgers did not have the highest payroll in baseball this year, that would belong to the New York Mets, who didn't even make the postseason, Jenks. So sometimes it's not all about money spent. You still have to put it together in the postseason. And I will say the Dodgers are still standing, and the Mets, again, did not even make it till October. All right, coming up next, time to win you guys some big plus money. It's Parlay Central here on the Daily Tip. Coming up next, stay with us. We've got more after the break.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, the crew throws down some big money parlays. Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. And it's time to shoot for the moon because, you know what, YOLO. I know people don't say that anymore, but that was a catchphrase back when I kept up with things in college. You only live once, and we take that to betting sometimes when we're feeling a little dangerous. All right, Jenk, so I have seen this trend among my friends on social media where people are dressing up their pets and doing Halloween photo shoots. So let me ask you this. Is Bijou doing a Halloween photo shoot this season?
Oh, no way. Bijou would not do that at all. No way. Catherine talks about it. She'll be like, we should dress up Bijou and do this. I'm like, honey, Bijou, are you kidding me? We're convinced that maybe he was just like mistreated as a kid. I don't know. He's a little shy, but once he, he's just very, very peculiar and very reticent around people. Now, once you sort of break through that, now he's like my best friend and we're always hanging out. But he gets very nervous very quickly. And this is a guy that we got to clip his nails. Because he has these super razor sharp nails because he's a munchkin cat. And so anyway, when you pick him up to clip his nails, before you even clip them, he screams bloody murder. Like if you were listening outside our door, you'd be like, what are they doing to this cat? He's losing it. So you have to be very careful around him. He would lose it if we tried to dress him up, even though he would be adorable because he's a beautiful cat, but he would hate it. What about Dabs?
Well, Dabby already gets dressed up on a regular basis because I have a 5-year-old that loves to put on her American Girl doll clothes.
Oh.
Dabby. They're like the same size. But Dabby's the best. She is a cat that's not going to get fazed by anything.
Aww.
She's getting overweight now to where I think it's because of the seizure stuff. And obviously she's not feeling her best. But she'll let us do anything. So I see all these costume ideas. The best ones are the ones that have the fake arms where it looks like the cat or dog is running. Have you seen those? Those are very cute. But this is the one time of year where, I like dogs a lot, but they're a lot of work. But when I see people with the dog costumes, that's my favorite. Cat costumes are great, but the dog costumes are so cute.
I love a dog in a hot dog costume. That always gets me.
Oh.
Look, he's a hot dog. It's a dog is a hot dog. Gets me every time. I can see it every day. I'll be like, every time, that dog is a hot dog. Although I do appreciate a cat with a little top hat on or a small hat. That always gets me too.
Oh,
you'll see that look at that handsome gentleman there.
Look at this established gentleman.
Oh, how do you do?
Do you think you'll ever get another dog?
Gosh. Maybe. The lovely Catherine is not pressuring. That's not the right word. But she is dying for us to have another cat, another dog. And I love animals and I love dogs too. And we've thought about maybe a golden. That's something we talked about. The problem is that dogs do take time. And for me, as someone who gets up at 4 a.m. every day, dogs or cats, animals just get on the same schedule as you. If you wake up, they're like, okay, I'm up too. So I know that if I wake up at 4 a.m., it's now I'm going to have to wake up at 3:45 to make sure the dog is walked every morning. And that would just be too much. And Catherine was like, I'll walk him. I was like, honey, we'll see about that. So we've talked about it. It might happen. It's been in the discussions, but we haven't made a decision.
Yeah, dogs are a big commitment. Compared to cats, where you can kind of just leave them alone. Here's your litter box, here's your food, do whatever.
Right, exactly.
Will the dogs be barking this weekend in college football? Let's get to some of our parlay action as we get to Double D's Degenerate Parlay.
It's time to get crazy with Double D's College Football Degen Parlay.
All right, let's get right to it. I am taking Vanderbilt on the money line versus LSU. I'm going to take Ole Miss plus 7.5 at Georgia. Indiana minus 26.5 versus Michigan State. That new contract's got them all motivated there in Indiana. Texas Tech minus 7.5 at Arizona State. Mississippi State plus 9.5 at Florida. Texas minus 12.5 at Kentucky. I don't ever do this, Penn State money line at Iowa. UCLA minus 2.5 versus Maryland. USC plus 9.5 at Notre Dame. And then Missouri money line at Auburn. The total parlay, once again, with that beautiful BetMGM 50% college football boost token, little bit over 157 to 1. $5 wins you $4,292.36. Let's go!
Ooh. Think of all the dog costumes that you could buy with that money. And again, just to reiterate what David was saying, you got to use the Parlay Boost token over at BetMGM. It just makes sense. Why would you not do it? It's there, free for the taking. But I think low-key a big game this weekend. Texas Tech at Arizona State, Jenks. I feel like Texas Tech does not have many tests left on the schedule. Like the numbers that they have been putting out, they look like truly one of the best teams in college football that I feel like people still are kind of sleeping on. This is a big game in the Big 12 and a big game for Texas Tech, I suppose, to prove themselves. I think this is a game that's maybe not billed as like the top billing, but it is a big game.
Oh, it's a massive game. And the crazy thing about Texas Tech is it doesn't matter if Aaron Morton or Will Hammond is at quarterback. It just doesn't matter. It's plug and play. Their offense is still very good. They probably have the best defensive line in the country. They have a couple of NFL-level defenders on that D-line. They're the best rush defense in the country. I will say the one thing about this game that scares me a little bit is that it looks like Sam Leavitt is going to return for Arizona State, so maybe it's a buy low spot on the Sun Devils. But there's no question, if you're talking about teams that legitimately have a chance to win the national title outside of the big names, it is Texas Tech.
Right, because normally you see these teams that are kind of fringy, and it feels like they can't compete with the big boys when it comes to line play. But that is not the case for Texas Tech. They have a great offensive line. They have a ferocious defensive line. And for that reason, it does feel like they should be included in all of your national championship discussions when it comes to college football. All right, now it's time to get everybody involved and get to the squad parlay.
Ladies and gentlemen, adults of all ages, it's time for the show parlay.
All right, step right up and try your hand at a big time parlay. All right, so we've been pretty close on these. Hopefully this is the week that we right the ship. And Jenks, you're kicking things off, and it looks like you're staying in college football.
I am. I'm staying up late tonight. Friday night football starts at, I think, 10:30 tonight out in Berkeley. I am laying 8.5 with Cal. Money's coming in on North Carolina. I just think Tar Heels are a mess. That's the handicap. Their defense is terrible. They're not very good at converting on third down. And Cal has a freshman quarterback who's really talented, so give me Cal.
That doesn't need much splaining
Right.
from me. Like, Carolina is fundamentally a bad football team. Feels like they can't even get the basics right when it comes to, like, tackling, which you would think if you have one of the best defensive minds in NFL history, that you could make a tackle, but it has not been the case for the University of North Carolina. All right, as for me, I'm going to the NFL and the prop world. This is normally where I stay, and I'm going to go with the biggest wild card, it feels like, for the Kansas City Chiefs. Rashee Rice is making his return to the lineup after being suspended, but I will say this. He was suspended. He was not nursing an injury. So he should be back and good to go 100% for this game. You know he has been champing at the bit to get back in this lineup. And when he's been in the Kansas City Chiefs, he has been the true number one receiver. In 3 healthy games last year, he had 103, 75, and 110 yards in those 3 games. Now he faces a Raiders team that, matchup-wise, couldn't be much better. The Raiders giving up the 5th most receiving yards to opposing wide receivers, and they've given up this number that they have posted for Rashee Rice, 56.5 receiving yards to a receiver in 5 of 6 games this year. So 56.5 seems comically low for somebody with this type of upside for Rashee Rice. I think Patrick Mahomes throws in his direction quite a bit against the Raiders, 56.5. The over is the play for Rashee Rice. All right, David, looks like you're going back to the college ranks and going with another West Coast team as well as Jenks.
Yeah, I am going with UCLA minus 2.5 against Maryland. I'm going to ride this UCLA train until it goes off the rails. They have been a completely different team since the decision to get rid of their head coach. Neuheisel is looking like an absolute offensive guru. Maryland, to me, is about as good as Michigan State, and UCLA went into Michigan State and absolutely mollywopped Michigan State. So for me, East Coast traveling to West Coast, UCLA's a better team. I'm taking that 2.5 and running with it.
All right. Speaking of running, Dylan, looks like you're going with a running back.
Yeah, I'm going with Bill Jenks' guy, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt here.
Yeah.
I'm going over 74.5 yards. Dallas allows the 4th most rushing yards per game to running backs, and Bill's a clear RB1 this week. They were a committee, but it's kind of his backfield now. He's cleared this line of 74.5 in 2 of the 3 games in which he's gotten double-digit carries already, and in those games, he's averaging 84 rushing yards. Cowboys, there's some side notes. Cowboys are allowing the 3rd most points to running backs in fantasy, and anytime touchdown's not even listed for Bill, but he's got touchdown every other game this year. It's a fun pattern one, and he didn't get a touchdown last week, so the pattern would suggest he scores this week.
I feel like it's a get-right spot for anybody who faces the Cowboys. That total is 55, so it should be a good game for props. All right, Denton, finish us off here.
This is a big one, but I'm taking Duke laying 1.5 against Georgia Tech. This game's at home. The line reeks a little bit. I think most people look at the line and they say 12th ranked Georgia Tech. They're going to think that they're going to be big favorites, and they're not. The public is now going to ride Georgia Tech, and I am not going to be where the public is. On top of that, Duke's been a pretty good football team against the ACC. They're one of the many unbeaten in the conference. There's a lot of unbeaten ACC teams right now inside conference play. So obviously that's going to change this weekend, but I'm going to take Duke laying 1.5 against Georgia Tech.
Ooh, leaning into the fishy line. So if you want to tail us, here is the squad parlay. Cal laying 8.5 against UNC. Rashee Rice over 56.5 receiving yards. UCLA laying 2.5 against Maryland. Bill Krosky-Merritt over 74.5 rush yards. And Duke laying 1.5 points at home against Georgia Tech. $5 nets you $111.50. Odds of just over 21-1. But go ahead and make sure you use the odds boost over at BetMGM. All right, hour 3 is next here on the show, and we'll recap all of our betting lessons learned from watching Joe Flacco slice and dice the Steelers next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker match.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
legend. Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Final hour of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for being along with us as we wrap up the weekend style. Coming up in our final hour, we're going to recap last night's icy hot bowl. Steelers and the Bengals in Cincinnati. We'll look at both championship series in baseball as well, with the Blue Jays suddenly scorching at the plate. In 20 minutes, back to football we go. We'll handicap our favorite plays on the gridiron this weekend as we pick 6. And then we make the cards official and chat with the Dogster at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. Each and every day, we stream our final hour here on the show. If you want to do that, just go to BallySportsLive.com or download the Bally Sports Live app. We're also on YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, and Samsung TV Plus, and we are streaming on X as we speak. Chelsea, let's do this. Thursday night football last night, and this was a really good football game with the Bengals. The Bengals pulling the upset over the Steelers, 33-31. The Bengals getting 5.5. The Bengals 2-1 on the money line, and the over hits. Total set at 44 at BetMGM. 2 41-year-olds going at it. I can appreciate that. Aaron Rodgers, Joe Flacco. Rodgers, 23 of 34, 249 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks, but Flacco was in vintage form. Bengals down 10-0 in the second quarter, and the rally gets underway.
Quick throw. Higgins inside the 10. Higgins in the end zone. And a Cincinnati lead.
Sal Michaels on Amazon Prime. So here we go. Cincy down 10-7 in this game. T. Higgins, 6 catches, 96 yards, and a score, by the way. In the fourth quarter, Steelers down 6 when Rodgers goes deep to Pat Freiermuth, Pittsburgh with a 1-point lead. But the old man, Joe Flacco, drives his team down the field late, and it leads to this.
Snap good, hold good, kick good.
There it is. McPherson with his 4th field goal of the game. Evan McPherson. Flacco leads the 23rd fourth quarter comeback of his career. Goes 31 of 47, 342 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks. And the Bengals, just a couple weeks after signing the 41-year-old Flacco, pull the upset. This was a really entertaining matchup.
Absolutely. An absolute shootout between two guys over the age of 40. But I think, obviously, you have to start by giving Joe Flacco his flowers in this one. Even though the game plan probably felt comically obvious, where you say, hey, he's probably just going to throw the ball to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, Steelers didn't do anything to stop it. Like, those two guys combined for 257 yards. So the Bengals now have some new life injected into them, courtesy of Joe Flacco. And they showed this soundbite during the game where Mike Tomlin was very bitter. The fact that the Browns traded Joe Flacco to a division rival. He said, Joe Flacco still has a lot left in the tank, and you're going to trade him to a division rival? So this is when it actually happened. And last night you saw why he was not posturing. He was actually very bitter at this move. But I think it's a huge red flag now that you see the Steelers defense who wasn't able to stop anything. This is a Steelers defensive unit that's getting paid $162 million. This is supposed to be a part of a team that is supposed to be your strength. This is supposed to be a traditional, strong Steelers defense, and they gave up 33 points to Joe Flacco. Again, Joe Flacco deserves his flowers, but it wasn't just the passing offense. Chase Brown was breaking off big run after big run, went for a buck, 108 yards last night, which is a season high by a long way. So the Bengals got everything they want in the offense, and the Steelers defense could not stop anything.
The Steelers are so frustrating not to me personally, but I would imagine if you're a Steelers fan, you are so over it. You know what I mean? Like, this is what the Steelers do every year. And I love Mike Tomlin. Like, he's such a stud. I love the way he approaches the game. I love the relationships he forms with his players. But the Steelers are going to do what the Steelers are going to do every year, Chelsea. Like, this loss is exactly what you might expect, which is one of the reasons I like the Bengals last night, plus the 5.5 divisional game in Cincinnati, desperate spot. But Pittsburgh is just going to kind of fool around, and they're going to win some games, and they'll sneak into the playoffs, and it's going to be rinse and repeat every season. They're just in purgatory. They've been in purgatory for a long time. And I would think if you are a Pittsburgh fan, a lot of Steelers fans might be like, you know what? I'd rather go to hell for a couple years and then escape and maybe touch heaven, as opposed to just sitting here again and again and again and again. I know it's one game, but the only reason why Pittsburgh was in this position in the first place, where, oh my God, the Steelers have a chance to win the division, is because the division has completely fallen apart, not necessarily because Pittsburgh is a very good football team. They're just an okay football team.
Right. But it should be noted that they're still 4-2, and they still can win this division. Like, I get what you're saying, and I wholeheartedly agree with you. It feels like a Steelers team that every year makes the playoffs, but then they lose by, 3 touchdowns in the first round of the playoffs. Like,
Right.
They're going to be getting 9.5 points against, the Chiefs or somebody, and they get smoked. You're like, oh, the Steelers can keep it close. No, they don't. They get smoked in the first round. But I will say this, from an offensive standpoint, Aaron Rodgers had a pretty decent game. I know he had those 2 picks, and he looked like he had some, flashes of maybe some bad decisions in the first half. But still, 4 touchdowns in this game. You lead your team to 31 points. Usually that should be enough to get a dub in the National Football League. But again, it's like the defense is the problem for the Steelers.
Did you see when Aaron Rodgers threw that downfield pass to Pat Freiermuth, which was fascinating, by the way, because they got together at halftime, and Aaron went over to Pat and said, hey, I'm seeing something here on tape or looking at the tablet, and I see a play we can make here in the second half, and they made it. But as Rodgers was running out the field, did you see one of his offensive linemen, jump on him and tackle him? And he was so angry, he got up and yelled at his lineman, don't do that to me. He was, red in the face, which was hilarious because he's like, hey, I'm old. It's hard enough for me to take hits. I don't need one of my 300-plus pound tackles jumping on my back as I'm walking off the field.
But he's right.
Yeah.
When you're that old, you cannot be taking chances. And I think the other Aaron Rodgers-ism in the game was when the Steelers were running I think it was a 3rd and 1 or a 4th and 1 play. And Aaron Rodgers was literally 10 feet away from the line of scrimmage and did not move a muscle. Literally just stood there while they wildcat snapped it to the running back. He was like, you guys go ahead. I will not be finding myself in that scrum.
So true. And I know I've told this story before, but, I work with Logan Paulson, who used to play tight end for the Redskins back in the day. And Logan is a massive individual. He's 6'5", 250, 60 pounds. And we got kind of a bromance. I love Logan, but he will always, he thinks it's funny to pick me up and squeeze me. And there's times I'm like, Logan, I'm almost 52. I am this big. You have to stop picking me up and shaking me. So I get that. And Aaron Rodgers is 41. So I'm listen, I appreciate the love. You have to stop doing this. You're going to break my bones. I have soft bones anyway. Also, can we say Jamar Chase? 16 catches, 161 yards, and a score. 4th receiver in NFL history with 2 games of at least 14 catches in a single season. That's not a bad game plan. Just let this guy go.
Right. And the difference is that Joe Flacco knew that he had to get the ball out early and often. He ran a ton of slant routes, or he threw to a bunch of slant routes last night, which is the difference between him and Jake Browning. But as for Jamar Chase, this wasn't even an easy matchup. On paper, you say, oh, Jalen Ramsey's going to do, one-on-one coverage on Jamar Chase. Probably not going to be a big night for him. But, he had 23 targets. Let's pause there for a second. 23 targets is insane. Insane. When you talk about Puka Nacua, who is the target share king, normally gets 13 targets. Yeah. 23 targets is insanity in the National Football League.
That's how good he is. If there's one guy who deserves it that you just look for each and every single play, that's the guy. And a big reason why the Bengals pulled the upset last night. Next up, the Steelers welcome the Packers on Sunday Night Football, and the Bengals will host the Jets. In Major League Baseball, NLCS Game 3, the Dodgers edging the Brewers 3-1. Dodgers minus 190 on the money line, and the under hits with the over-under set at 7.5. Aaron Ashby gets the start for the Brewers. Does not last long.
Tony is at third to start this one, and Mookie Betts puts the Dodgers on the board right away. Splits the gap. Betts on his way to second. He is in there with an RBI double. 1-0 Dodgers right out of the gates.
TBS with the call, so we're tied at 1 in the 6th. After that, the Dodgers get 2 more, and that's really all they need, Chelsea. This series has been all Los Angeles. Tyler Glass now 1 run, strikes out 8 over 5 2/3. And this series, technically not over, but also over.
It certainly feels like it, because it felt to me like the Brewers maybe had a chance early on in this series. And I'll say this, like, this is the demoralizing part of some of these losses for the Brewers. If you limit this Dodgers lineup, who has multiple future Hall of Famers and all this postseason experience, to 2 runs and 3 runs, as the Brewers have done in 2 of these 3 games so far, you would think that you have a chance to win these games. But the Brewers lineup have scored a single run in all 3 of the games. You are not going to win many games in baseball at any level when you can only scratch across 1 run. Like, again, the pitching performances have been out of this world for the Dodgers, but still, like, when you get to this level, who do you think you'll be facing? These are the top teams in baseball, so, like, this is where your lineup has to perform even against the best arms, and the Brewers are just not doing it.
Yeah, just not getting it done. Also, Roki Sasaki becomes the first pitcher since 1969 to earn each of his first 3 career saves in the playoffs. Dodgers 1 win away from going back to the World Series. The last team to do that, the Phillies in 2009. Game 4 tonight in L.A. The Dodgers a big minus 200 favorite on the money line. How about the ALCS? Game 4 last night in Seattle, and the Jays even the series, ripping the Mariners 8-2. Jays plus 105 on the money line, and the overheads total set at 7.5 at BetMGM. Mariners jump out to a 1-0 lead in the second, and then it is all Blue Jays.
At second, nobody out. The 8th pitch, a high line drive to right field. Canzone's going back. It's gone again. It's Jimenez out of the 9th spot, sparking the Jays for the second night in a row.
Call courtesy of FS1. Andres Jimenez has been unbelievable in this series. 2 for 4 last night, 4 RBI. Vladdy Jr. goes deep again. He has 5 home runs in the postseason. That breaks the Blue Jays playoff record. And how about another old man, Max Scherzer? 2 runs over 5 2/3. John Schneider tried to take him out in the 5th, and Scherzer was not having that, Chelsea. He was great when he needed to be.
Absolutely. Like, he instinctually knows when he's on his game. And even when you give up a couple runs, it certainly makes your job a lot easier when you get the kind of run support that the Blue Jays have been providing. This offense has been an absolute wagon. I think it was more of an anomaly what we saw in the first 2 games with this Blue Jays offense going cold, because now you look at the entirety of the postseason, the Blue Jays by themselves have been averaging more than 7 runs a game in the postseason. And think about it. They've been facing, the aces of these teams and some of the best teams in the American League. So it's absolutely wild what they are doing from an offensive standpoint. As for the Mariners, I don't think they're out of it just yet. I think both these teams are pretty evenly matched, but the Mariners are certainly going to have to bring their bats with them if they expect to keep up with this Blue Jays offense that continues to absolutely rake.
I was just laughing watching Max yell at John Schneider last night, like refusing to come out of the game. And then the quotes after the game about what went down when they were speaking with one another, politely having an exchange about baseball, are pretty great. Where Schneider said, I thought he was going to kill me. George Springer said, yeah, when it comes to Max, I just try to stay away from him. When he gets in that zone, like, remember a few years ago, this is when I believe Max was in D.C. and he got kicked out of the game. He wasn't even pitching. He was just so angry at the balls and strikes here at Nats Park. He was yelling at the umps and they kicked him out. I don't know if there's another player in baseball who gets that intense, but I'll tell you what, this is why you sign a guy like that, because even though he struggled at the end of the year, he was Mad Max, classic Mad Max last night.
Right, and the spotlight was never going to be too big for him. Like, this is the 7th LCS that he has played in his career.
Yeah.
And I understand the regular season was not kind to Max, but he absolutely turned it on. I'm trying to think of what actor would play him. Has to be like Christian Bale, right?
Oh, yeah.
An absolute psychopath. I
Yeah.
feel like I would watch that movie.
He won't kill you, but close. Now, he'll pitch lights out, but he's right there on the edge. So it makes him so good. Game 5 tonight in Seattle. Blue Jays, a short -115 favorite. We'll see if that'll be on the card later on in the show. Coming up, Chelsea has 3 football games she likes. I've got 3 games I like. We'll put them together, and we will pick 6. That is next to the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is a Friday morning good time edition. Big Six on the way. Double D. Appreciate you waking up with us. We're also streaming live on Stadium in our final hour and on X as well. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, have you thought ahead? I bet you have. To Halloween? I mean, it's going to be here before you know it. It's the 17th. The family, are you guys going to dress up? I mean, you got to get those costumes in.
Well, Blake's definitely dressing up. I don't know about, like, the whole family. I think Jake is going to be, like, out of town that weekend, so it would be just me. But Blake already has, like, 3 Halloween costumes.
Nice.
But for children at Halloween in this era, there are so many Halloween events that it kind of calls for multiple costumes. So she's going to be a fairy princess. She's going to be Elsa, a frozen princess.
Yes.
And then there is just a generic princess costume. So she is going to be a princess, but in 3 different ways, which is par for the course for most 5-year-old girls.
Yeah, that sounds about right. All right, good for her. We have our costumes picked out. Well, mine's going to be easy. Catherine has to make hers. I'm not giving it away. We're very proud of this costume. I think I told you guys off the air. But we also were deciding where we're going to go for a costume contest on Halloween night. And we were going to go to our regular spot. And then we decided, no, let's not do it because
Bad blood.
We keep getting punished for being regulars. We keep getting punished for being regulars. We won the first year. And I'm telling you, our costumes have been lights out. I don't know how many times we've been told, you guys should have won, you guys should have won. But we went in on Tuesday and we heard, hey, we have all new judges this year. You guys should definitely come by. Definitely come by. Definitely come by. So I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know. The pressure's on. They're trying to like shoehorn us into like coming in. I think we're going to go to Capitol Hill, hand out some candy to some kids where our friends live because they have kids that dress up. It's really cute. And then late night, I think we're going to go back to the costume contest. And this time, we're taking home a win. We're taking home a dub this year. I'm going to call it right now.
Yeah, no matter what it takes. Maybe look up Tanya Harding strategies. But what about doing multiple costume contests? Like there has to be a lot in the DC area.
Yeah, that's true. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. And we have a very DC-esque sort of costume, which I'm very happy about. That usually plays well. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But I don't know if I can do multiple costumes. I don't know. My costume is actually very simple, so maybe I could. It's Catherine. She's the real X factor because she's the one that likes to create the costume, puts a lot of work in. So it's a possibility. Also a possibility that we could sweep our bets this weekend. So we've got more football to talk about. Let's get to it.
Pick Six. Pick Six.
You know what? I'm rubbing my hands together. I'm starting tonight. Cal. -8.5. Hosting North Carolina. Cal Bears have been a surprise this season. 4-2. I still cannot get over the fact that they're in the ACC. This should be Pac-12 after dark. Instead, it's ACC after dark. What I really can't get over is this headline in the San Francisco Gate. Jordan Hudson's boyfriend could hit college football rock bottom against Cal. The disrespect to Bill Belichick. But it is warranted. Think about all the stories we've heard about North Carolina. The, quote, rats leaving the ship, how they overspent in the portal for players who cannot play, aren't at the P4 level, how the coaches aren't doing their jobs, how everyone wants to leave. They are a mess. How about Bill Belichick maybe discussing a buyout? He denied it. I don't know if I believe that. Regardless, Cal has a great freshman quarterback in Jaron Keave Sanga-Politelli. Took me 30 minutes to learn that, and I got it right. JKS. I think he will whip up on that Carolina defense, which has given up a total of 72 points in the last 2 games alone. Money coming in on Carolina, I don't care. Cal, -8.5 tonight in Berkeley.
Ooh, over under on the amount of people who dress up as Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick. I feel like this has to be one of the more popular, like, sports-themed costumes. I am honestly surprised you guys didn't consider this.
It's a really good one. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid of doing something that other people might do.
Does.
Yeah. Like the whole Travis and Taylor thing last year was a big thing. And there were a lot of people that did that. We're like, we don't want to do that. Like, we were Barbie and Ken before Barbie and Ken became popular. We were way early on that. We took one production shot, one production picture before the movie was released and did it. And it slayed, and we still didn't win. So we're trying to be ahead of the curve here. So it's a great idea, but I feel like we might see it a few times.
It's like all those girls who were like Harley Quinn for like 6 years in a row. And you're like, we get it. You're Harley Quinn. So some of those costumes need to be retired just because they have been done so much. All right, back to the game. If you want to watch it, UNC and Cal square off tonight in Berkeley at 10:30.
Pick six.
All right, to the NFL we go for a game that I think is going to be pretty much a snooze fest if you're hoping for points. Going to take the under 37.5 between the Dolphins and the Browns. 37.5 is a comically low number, but this one squares up for a game where they're going to be running the football a lot. Let's start with the weather in this one. In Cleveland on Sunday, we're supposed to see wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour. 80% chance of storms. This is not going to be an easy weather situation for either of these quarterbacks. And think of Tua Tagovailoa. Do you think he has a strong enough arm to overcome some of these wind gusts? I feel like not. Oh, so you have to run against the Browns? The Browns' rush defense is one of the best in the NFL, the third best statistical run defense in the league. So I think the Dolphins are going to have trouble scoring. And the Browns have had trouble scoring in every single game. They have not scored more than 17 points in any single game this year. I understand that the Dolphins' defense is bad, but still playing against the elements. And the fact that if both teams are going to be running the football, that means the clock is going to be winding down by the second. So 37.5 feels like a low number, but I'm still hitting the under between the Dolphins and the Browns.
I definitely think that is the right side there. I kind of like the Browns -2.5, but not going to make it official. It is a 1 o'clock Eastern kick in Cleveland on Sunday.
Pick six.
Back to the college game we go. Vanderbilt. Vandy. -2.5. Hosting number 10 LSU. It's a classic number you look at and you say, whoa, higher ranked team getting points? I'm going to hammer that. No, don't do that. Do you really want to trust this LSU offense, which has had a lot of trouble running the ball and issues on third downs all season long? You do not. And Garrett Nussmeier, for all the hype in the preseason, hasn't quite been the quarterback we expected. I would much rather roll with Diego Pavia. Nussmeier is just banged up. Like, he was banged up before the season started. Vanderbilt is so good in the trenches, and they're especially good on the offensive line. At some point in this game, LSU will do what it always does, which is have a critical turnover at a bad time, and that's when the Commodores will capitalize. Also, Vandy has lost 10 straight to LSU. That's going to end on Saturday. Vandy -2.5. They cover the number and get the win.
Even if you did zero investigating into this game, I think it says a lot that Vandy is favored against a blue blood and a top 10 team in LSU. The odds makers know a lot, and there is a reason they have been building those huge, shiny casinos in Las Vegas because they win a lot of money. So I believe the odds makers here. If you want to watch it, a noon start in Nashville at First Bank Stadium.
Pick six.
Whoa.
Nobody comes to the bank and pushes us around. I didn't even know if it was First Bank Stadium, and I live here. All right, back to the NFL for me. I had to dig deep because I didn't love a lot of the spreads in the NFL this week. So what we did is we looked into some first half numbers. So the trend that I'm banking on here is the fact that the Packers defense has been absolutely lights out so far this season when it comes to limiting opponents in the first half. The top team in the NFL averaging just 4.4 points per game to opponents. And here's the thing. The line on the Cardinals this week is 9.5. 9.5 points in the first half. I'm going to hit the under here because if you look at the Packers, they have been absolute stalwarts on the defense, at least in the first half. They shut out the Bengals and the Browns. I get it, maybe not the best offenses. Allowed just 3 to the Commanders and the Lions in the first half. There was only one game this year in which the Packers gave up this number, and that was to the Cowboys. Gave up 16, but the Cowboys also averaging 29 points per game, a far cry from Cardinals offense that's averaging bottom 10 in the league in points per game. Kyler Murray is banged up. Marvin Harrison Jr. is in concussion protocol. So I feel like it's going to be tough sledding for this Cardinals offense, at least in the first half. So under 9.5 points for the Cardinals in the first half is the play.
All right. I like that a lot. Man, you bet on the Cardinals. Here I was talking about how we never pay attention to Arizona. We never pay attention to the Cardinals. And here you are with a Cardinals first half team total under. That's what I'm talking about. You're doing college. I'm doing the NFL. Pick what you like. Packs and Cards meet in the desert at 4:25 Eastern on Sunday.
Pick six.
Notre Dame. -9.5, hosting USC. This is a rivalry game. Don't forget that. This bet is made partially out of hate. I mean, what does it tell you that a few years ago, Lincoln Riley could not wait to get the hell out of Oklahoma? You know what I mean? Still got that Sooner stench on him, though. It's my weekly shot at OU. Had to be done. This may seem like a lot of points, but a few things here. Number one, this line opened at 8 and a hook, so we're seeing money come in on Notre Dame. But this is not a spot where you want to trust USC. If you go back to last season, USC is 1-6 against the number in their last 7 on the road. And also in recent history, Notre Dame has owned this series. 6-1 in their last 7 against the Trojans. They've won 5 straight against USC, and they won last year's meeting by 12 points. Again, if the Irish have a chance to pour the points on, they will because of this long-standing rivalry. Yes, USC has a very good quarterback in Jaden Mayava, but I think Notre Dame uses its running game to force the issue here and eventually cover this number late. Let's go Irish in South Bend, laying 9.5.
Ooh, a rivalry matchup, and I can guarantee you almost that game is on NBC. Don't think I always carry Notre Dame. The Trojans and Irish kicking off things at 7 Eastern in South Bend on Saturday.
Pick six.
All right, more garbage games that we will be betting on. Another under for me is I'm hitting the under 41. It is an alt line at -125. We want that key number between the Giants and the Broncos. This is banking on the fact that the Broncos have been one of the best teams to the under all season long. They have had one game so far this season go past the 30s. So we're talking about all kinds of low-scoring affairs. And it makes a ton of sense when you look at this defense because they have been so locked down in the red zone. I think when you play totals, you are rooting for field goals. You don't need touchdowns. You need, at least if they give up some yards, it needs to be a field goal. If you look at Denver, they're allowing opponents to score touchdowns on their trips to the red zone just 28% of the time. That is a far number one metric compared to the other teams in the NFL. The Chargers are second on that list at 42%. So I understand the Giants certainly have some things to like in their offense. Cam Scatterbo, electric. Jackson Dart is amazing. But still, this is going to be a really tough defense for them to face. One of the best passing defenses in the league. It will force them to run, which also goes into the under. But I honestly don't think that they're going to have much success in the red zone. And then you look at the Broncos offense. Bo Nix has looked a bit wobbly so far this season, so I don't really believe in this Broncos offense as well. So 41 seems too high for me. Let's hit the under between the Broncos and the Giants.
I am going to tell that personally. I also would lean Broncos laying 7. I just feel like the market is a little too high on the Giants, and everyone's excited about Dart and Scatterbo, and they are fun. There's no question about that. But overall, the Giants are still a bad football team, and I think they go into mile high and they run out of gas, so I would lean Broncos there. Regardless, Giants and Broncos get things going at 4:05 Eastern in the Mile High City. When you were talking about First Bank Stadium in Vanderbilt.
First Bank Stadium.
I remember years ago, long before M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore was M&T Bank, in the early aughts, they were PSI Net Stadium. And PSI Net went bankrupt, like during the dot-com bubble. But there was an old quote we used to laugh at when I was working in TV back in the day that one of the players said, and he was as serious as possible. He's like, you don't just come into PSI Net and get a win. And we're like, please don't say that. Like, say Baltimore, say Charm City. You don't just come into PSI Net. And you don't, because it's bankrupt now. It always cracks me up when you see things like that.
I think I saw that with Kentucky players talking about Kroger Field.
Yeah.
And you're like, nobody comes into Kroger Field, the vaunted SEC venue. and pushes us around. But I mean, some of these have good home field environments. And I will say this, long gone are the days where Vandy's stands are empty and everybody's doing homework on Saturdays. They actually get fans. Like, it's not going to be compared to Death Valley anytime soon.
No.
But still, like, nobody's going to be like, First Bank Stadium, iconic.
You know who comes to Kroger Field? Everybody. Everybody comes to Kroger Field. It's just hard to take a team seriously. Where do you play Kroger Field? Oh. That on back of a super... No, it's a real field. Oh, okay. Coming next to the show. All right, not the best start to our week, but fortunately for us, we do our best work towards the end of the week, just in time for the weekend. Our best bets, the Donkster, coming up next. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Wrapping things up on a Friday morning good time edition, Double D. Always thrilled to have you with us. Appreciate your time. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. The whole crew is here. Before we hand things over to Bet Sweats. Oh, man, I'm excited about this weekend, but we got a friend of ours coming in tonight. My friend Jamie DM'd me last night, and she was like, hey, let's do drinks tonight. I'm coming in from, Green Bay. That'll be fun. But the big story is tomorrow. I want to get your take on this because the lovely Catherine has picked out her wedding dress. She did that a few months ago, getting married in April. But like me, she's always in her head. And so for months, I've heard, I don't know, a little worried. I was like, about what? You're going to look great no matter what. She's like, I don't know. There's one other dress I keep thinking about. And she's already picked out the dress. She's already ordered the dress. Well, guess what? Tomorrow there is a trunk show in Arlington. So she's going to go have one last look at this second dress while I go to Theismann's. That's why I was asking D-Day about that. And I'm going to watch some football until she's done. Then we're going to get together. But she's going to have one last look at a second dress just to make sure that she got the right one. And she was like, do you think I'm crazy? I was like, no, it's our wedding day, so obviously you want to get it right. I don't care, but if it makes you feel better, do it. But now we could have a switch up at the last second.
Commitment issues. Mere months.
Don't say
before
that.
Before the wedding.
No. It's like, hey, about our wedding date. I'm having, we push that back a little bit.
I have this second option, this high school boyfriend.
I know. I was thinking about it. And while you are great, okay, let's get that out there. Also, it's a big commitment. So there's this guy I've always liked. We never really gave it a shot. So not worried about that. But she is definitely, I told her, I was like, look, if this will make you feel better, and if you like it, by all means. I mean, you're going to look amazing no matter what. But if it makes you feel better, I think she just needs to see. Sometimes you can kind of catastrophize and say, what about this? What about this? But once she sees it, then she'll have a real idea about how she feels. She's got to do it, so she's going to knock it out.
So she only ordered it. She hasn't tried it on?
Not yet. They're having this show. She's ordered the first one, and that would be a whole thing about sending that back and, the disparity in money and all that stuff. But she's going to go tomorrow and try it on and see what she thinks.
I think that's the biggest deal is you got to try it on. It's wild that when I got married that I feel like buying dresses online wasn't it was a thing.
Right.
But I definitely tried on dresses because it's like this with clothes where things can look great online, but if they don't look good on your body, it does not matter. So I think trying it on will help. And I'll also say this, in the day and age we live in where everybody is over the top, honestly, if she wants to do multiple dresses, she probably could. A dress for the ceremony and a dress for the reception. This is a very popular trend. Now, normally the reception dress is something that she can dance in, but let her know. It doesn't have to be just one dress for her wedding. It does need to be one man, but she can have two dresses.
Oh, that'll be great. So, listen, come out for the marriage in your one dress. Then obviously we're married, you have immediate regret, then it's an annulment, and then you come out in a different dress, and then it's just one big party.
For the divorce.
For the divorce.
For the annulment.
And then that reception turns into just one big shindig. Hey, congrats on your marriage, but also congrats on your divorce. You got it all done in one fell swoop. Now, it's going to be good. But
to be clear, I would not joke about this if I didn't think you guys were standing on solid ground.
No.
If you guys were that train wreck couple, this is something you wouldn't bring up to them. You're yeah, you guys are great.
Yeah.
But you know how it is. If you know somebody, you can joke with them. So just know for the people listening at home, you guys are awesome.
Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. We're super, super excited. Well, we're also excited about Bet Sweats, giving out our best bets. We'll do that in mere moments. Coming up next on Chelsea, you know it, Bet Sweats. sweats.
Bet sweats.
Bet sweats. No need for a sounder. We got it ourselves. Joe O and Sammy P will hand out their favorite plays in the NFL, college football, of course, and tonight's games in Major League Baseball. And then our good friend Kelly in Vegas will be along at 11:20. All right, here we go. One of the few times you have a bigger card than I do, so let's get to our favorite plays of the weekend.
Time to place your bets.
I like what I'm seeing, Chelsea. Let's do it.
All right, best bet of the weekend is going to be in the NFL on somebody who has tremendous upside, and it feels like we're still getting a pretty low number for him. So I'm going to go with Chiefs receiver Rashee Rice over 56.5 receiving yards for -140 over at BetMGM for this reason. So we know it's his first game back after his suspension, but when he has played and when he has been healthy, because might I add, he is not coming off an injury. He is coming off the suspension, so he will be able to hit the ground running. Last year in 3 healthy games with the Chiefs, he was a target share king, had 103 yards, 75 yards, and 110 yards receiving. So Patrick Mahomes likes to throw the ball to Rashee Rice. And plus, the matchup is great this weekend. If you look at the Raiders, they're giving up the 5th most receiving yards to opposing wide receivers, and they've given up this number of 56.5 to a wide receiver in 5 of 6 games this year. So this doesn't even feel like a super high number for a receiver. Rashee Rice is the true number 1 in Kansas City, so I think they use him early and often. So let's go Rashee Rice over 56.5 receiving yards for -140.
All right. I am just going with one bet on the card. So 4-0 last night. That was a good night for me. Nice little rally. So I'm going to have a stress-free weekend and just go with baseball. Bet I had last night, which came home, Dodgers -1. This is -139. These -1 bets are fascinating to me. Like I did yesterday, if you like the Dodgers at plus money on the run line, I like that as well. Shohei on the mound for the Dodgers tonight, and the last time we saw him was in the NLDS against the Phillies. Quality start, 3 runs over 6 innings, part of a 5-3 Dodgers win, and pitching in Philly is so very tough to do. He has an easier assignment tonight in LA against a Brewers team that just has not been able to hit the ball. Shohei, not a lot of innings this year on the mound, but still good enough to know that he can get this done. A 1-1 record with a 2.87 ERA and 62 strikeouts overall during the regular season. In big moments, I'm a believer in big-time names, and Shohei, I believe, does get it done tonight. And also the Brewers, they have just run out of arms. This is going to be a bullpen game for them, essentially. And if you look at their postseason record, the Brewers have lost 10 straight games in the playoffs going back to 2018. I think this is all Dodgers, and they get the sweep. Let's go LA -1, and it's -139.
Yeah, that's too good of a bet not to tail. So that's going to be on my card as well, simply because the Brewers just can't score runs either. Like, it has to be a gut punch that you're actually getting some good games from your starters and even your bullpen guys, limiting an electric Dodgers offense to like 3 runs to 2 runs, but you're only scoring 1 run a game, exactly 1 run a game. So the Brewers offense is not one I want to trust. Dodgers -1 feels like a very solid play. On to the other game in Major League Baseball. Gonna go with the Blue Jays and Mariners game. Gonna go with Mariners. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, over 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBI. He has hit this number in 3 of 4 games against the Blue Jays in this series, and also has really good numbers against Kevin Gausman. He is 5 of 12 with 3 home runs. He got him last time around in this series. And Cal Raleigh is hitting .315 for the postseason. He is doing even better in the postseason than he was in the regular season when it comes to batting average. So a good spot for him tonight over his hits, runs, RBI over 1.5 for -110 is my final play of the card.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. Let's get some dubs this weekend. Also, a reminder, everyone, if you want to check us out on YouTube, it is easy to do. You can check out the Daily Tip along with every show on the BetMGM network. Just like and subscribe. And as always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. All right, before we get to Bet Sweats and find out what's going on there, I'd love to get a take on Bengals Steelers as well. So we'll ask Sammy P about that. Let's bring in the Donkster. Good morning, Donkster. It's a Friday.
I've been thinking about it, and I'd like to be taken more seriously on this show. So I just want to hand out my play and be done.
Oh, that's a shocker. Okay, go ahead then.
Houston -1 hosting Arizona.
That's it?
That's it. You can never go wrong going all in on some Cougars.
Oh.
Oh, there we
That's
go.
what I thought.
If you're a divorced mother of 3, DM me by noon because my inbox is almost full.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Well, coming up next on Bet Sweats, we get the pleasure of listening and watching my good friend, Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P, good morning, buddy.
I would offer up a nice bounty if Donkster would read his last 10 DMs on the air. Just the last 10. A nice cash prize. What do we think?
Oh, that's a good idea. Generate
I
some
think
ratings there.
The funniest bet would be like the over-under of like responses, because I imagine all of his DMs are just very one-sided.
Red.
Nobody
red,
responds.
Blocked. Something like that.
I heard he was working on a cologne too. Joe told me about this cologne he's working on.
Yeah,
in my
it's
favor.
called
Thank you.
Redonkulous for the animal in all of us. Yeah, I mean, come on.
Oh.
Absolute killer. Lady killer. What'd you think of the Bengals and Steelers last night? Are the Steelers just like the Steelers always are? I've been saying this. They're always going to be the Steelers and kind of just limp into the playoffs and not do anything. Is that not giving them enough credit?
Losing the first game, per usual, under Mike Tomlin
Yeah.
as of late. I think we're not giving enough credit to old man Flacco. He was really good last night, guys. He was really good.
Well, yeah, when you have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and one would think, like, hey, that's probably going to be the game plan, and Mike Tomlin probably knew that, and he still couldn't stop it.
I know. Some people at this network are not very happy. It's been a long couple of weeks for the Penn State faction, the Steelers fans. Woo! Let's go.
Yeah. Slap on some Redonkulous and just go out and have a time. You guys deserve it. Sammy, oh, there it is. Look at that face. Come on. Great to see you, buddy. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, D-Day, Didn't Day, David Double D Dykstra, Dylan Mitchell on the Donkster. I'm Michael Jenkins. Good luck on your bets. Have a great weekend.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
His fifth home run of the postseason, and it is 6-2.
Got him. Ball game. The Dodgers win it. Sasaki closes the door. Los Angeles wins it 3-1. They are 8-1 in this postseason, steamrolling their way through this playoff run.
Flacco down the sideline, caught! And sliding to a stop at the sixes, Higgins. Brilliant, just brilliant. Snap good, hold good, kick good. What a night.
What a night indeed. Fun stuff going on with two Major League Baseball LCS games and, of course, another upset when it comes to Thursday Night Football. Welcome in. It is a Football Friday. We'll squeeze some Major League Baseball in there as well. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you for the next 3 hours here on Bet Sweats. A full breakdown of the entire National Football League card. We will revisit some of our favorite college football plays. Maybe we've added to that as well. We've got two more games, LCS, today that we'll go over. Our Friday Feels, Kelly in Vegas drops by, and we'll find out where the room is at heading into the weekend. How you feeling, Sam, on this Friday morning?
Who needs Joe Burrow when you've got Joe Flacco? I saw a bunch of this last night on social. People inside the stadium had shirts that said Joe Burrow on the front and then put an orange X through Burrow and wrote Flacco underneath. Your job in Cincinnati is simple. Get the ball to the guys that are really good. Let's throw it 23 times to Jamar Chase and 10 times to T. Higgins and just see what happens. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, Sam's not being hyperbolic. 23 targets for Jamar Chase. How about this show and that game? We nailed everything that we talked about with the game. We said, let's go Bengals plus 5.5. You were all over Chase Brown at a low number. That cashed early. People are tweeting us at bet_sweats. I'm at Joe Ostrowski, Sam at SB Shoot. People are tweeting us during the game. That's one of the easiest cashes I've ever had with Chase Brown. He didn't even have that many rushing attempts. He went under on the rushing attempts, which we can get to. That cleared. I was on Jamar Chase. It was 73.5 at the time of the show. It went up a couple of yards. Did not matter. You mentioned 23 targets. Of course, he cleared the 73 in the hook. And I gave out Flacco pass attempts, 36.5. Sammy had 47. That was almost cleared at the end of the third quarter. It was like their first offensive play into the fourth quarter when that ended up clearing. So good night for the show. We nailed that bet. And then once again, we have an upset. Like it's 10-0 Steelers early on. I'm like, oh, really? Really? And then there was no looking back after that. It was never in doubt whether or not they were going to win. Yeah, that was hanging in the balance, but they were always covering that plus 5.5.
I did sort of get nervous, though, at the end when Pittsburgh took that lead, and I thought to myself, oh, no, this is pick six territory with Flacco. Yeah. We do have that always in the back of our minds. How could we get boned on this game after covering for 56 minutes? How can it happen? But it did not, and the Steelers lose another Thursday Night Football road game. They are 0-7 under Mike Tomlin when they have to go on the road, short week, Thursday night. You want to take one guess who sent me that stat? Andrew Williams sent me that stat last night.
Of course.
0-7. Mike Tomlin on Thursday road games.
Yeah, because I don't remember that coming up on the show yesterday. I was like, I didn't see that trend anywhere. That's interesting. One thing
they're road divisional games. Let me correct myself. Road divisional games. So in the AFC North, when they go on the road Thursday night, 0-7. Yeah, all these stats get longer and longer by the minute. But 0-7 in AFC North Thursday night road games.
470 yards for the Bengals offense. 470. The entire game, I'm thinking, Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now you see why Tomlin was pissed. Now you see why he calls out the Browns GM. Oh, he must be smarter than everybody else, because I don't know why you would do that. You make him your opening day starter. He's good enough for that, but you're going to trade him in the division and just in time for Tomlin to see him. And Flacco snap, man. 342, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. The Bengals fans are thanking Cleveland during the game. That was hilarious. Tomlin kind of set this whole thing in motion early in the week. I think that was funny to think about. And then this morning, I couldn't help it. I saw a bunch of the clips on social from our sister station, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. Oh, they're pissed. Oh, they're pissed. It happened again. And then they gotta watch what Baker's doing. Now the third favorite for the MVP. Oh, it's hilarious. They are so angry over there, and I certainly understand why. Oh man, it was funny though. We said it right away when the trade was made. I'll tell you what, he's got better weapons than he's ever had before, and then you saw it last night. I don't think that was also, by the way, the idea of the Pittsburgh defense is back. Yeah, let's pump the brakes on that one.
Nope.
Yeah, there's something with Flacco and Chase though. Flacco's not an idiot. He knows he's the best player on the field. He's going to keep targeting him. We saw it in the second half last week. We saw it all of last night. Those are props that are probably good. Now the numbers are probably going to be gone. But Chase, rest of season, whatever you can do, whatever kind of angle you can come up with, he's probably going to obliterate those numbers.
I think everybody who made a parlay last night also won. I was getting texts and DMs from people sending me slips, 8, 9, 10 leg parlays. Bing, 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 all the way down. Green, 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 green. And one of my buddies who never wins parlays sent me 3 parlays that won. And I'm like, go figure. Wow. The game that gets over 60 points, you're going to hit your parlays. When things like this happen, when you get games in the 30s, these are perfect for parlay people. Conversely, when the final score is 13-10, everybody's going to lose their parlays. But this was a great night for the public in terms of things to happen. We had Rufus Peabody on, before the last Super Bowl? And he said the best Super Bowl he ever had was the Rams-Patriots, 13-3, because nothing happened. His worst Super Bowl was Eagles-Patriots, 41-33. Because everything happened. Everybody caught touchdowns. Everybody went over their yardage prop. When you alt guys to do big things, everybody hit their parlays last night. So now the room is flush with cash from their Thursday night parlays to make their bets for Saturday and Sunday. Stay tuned for that. Also, this Mike Tomlin defense that we poo-pooed yesterday, I said they were overrated. I didn't think it was this overrated. 33 points. 470 yards. The Bengals were 7 of 14 on third down, and the Steelers took the ball away 0 times. So much for that defense that was getting better.
You said the room is flush with cash after last night. Well, Metcalf didn't go over his number. That was the 4th most popular play. And you might remember yesterday on the show that I was floored. The number 1 play, someone named Darnell Washington, over 22.5 yards. He had 2 yards. So in a 64-point game, the room found some losers. The most popular bet at the end of the show yesterday was a loser. So yes, they go 3-2 in the game, but they did find a couple of losers. And I think what's key here is they go 3-2. You think, oh, that's great. But they like to play juice. They want a half a unit. I mean, that plays out. You know what I mean? That's something, man. Okay. AFC North. Pittsburgh still your leader. 4-2. Cincinnati, they got their first win without Burrow, but now you look at them with Flacco moving forward. I don't know. What do they have? They're in the mix. And then you've got Baltimore 1-5, Cleveland 1-5. Pittsburgh is a favorite, a slight favorite at BetMGM. Pittsburgh plus 120. 1-5 Ravens are plus 135, right behind the Steelers.
It's going to be the Ravens because Lamar is coming back.
Yep.
The bodies are getting warmer and more available. I actually, on my way out yesterday, as I left the studio on my way to the train, I leaned into Broussard's office, and I swear to God, and he'll tell you this, I looked at him and said, "Don't let Flacco do it tonight." And he goes, "What do you mean, man?" And I'm like, "Don't let."
Who is this?
That's Broussard. That's Chris Broussard on FS1.
Oh, Chris Broussard.
He's a huge Ravens fan. He's a huge LeBron. You know who Chris Broussard is.
Yeah.
So I look at him and I go, "Don't let Flacco do it." And he's like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, if they beat the Steelers, the door kicks open for the Ravens. He's a huge Ravens guy. And I think he thought the season was over. Not anymore. That was a huge swing in the division. And guess what else? Baltimore faces Pittsburgh twice. And if they're healthy, they're going to win both games.
What about Cincinnati? What do you think they are moving forward if it's Flacco healthy?
The problem when the backup comes in and does this is usually everybody gets really excited and then everything comes crashing down. Like, we know better, right?
Yes, we do. But it's Flacco. This is not a normal backup. I don't know. Overs. How about that? Bengals overs moving forward? We could do that with that defense. Yeah. So last night was a fun game, Thursday Night Football. And then we had the Major League Baseball. We got to get to that. Dodgers take a 3-0 lead. Toronto ties things up. It's 2-2. All right, let's start with the one that's actually still a series. You've got the Blue Jays 8-2 winners. They were a slight dog, goes over the total again. 10 runs scored in that game, so it closed 7.5. Scherzer, one of many stories. Vlad hits his 5th home run of the playoffs. Dude, it's bombs away. We were waiting through a couple of games for this Blue Jays offense to show up. Here they are. 11 hits last night, and the extra base hits is what really stands out to me. Add 2 more homers, 3 more doubles in that game. Blue Jays alive and well. This is now a coin flip series.
No doubt. And if they hit like this, they're winning this series. That was the way they hit in the last round and then just cooled off games 1 and 2. But now we're back. I say we because I was told to bet the Blue Jays at a very bad price, relatively speaking. Before the playoffs, they were 8-1, and I made a little bit of a position on it. So I feel just fine. Have to win 2 more and then unseat the Dodgers, which is a different story, I guess. The one thing that really made me upset yesterday, though, I think you know where I'm going with this. Everybody in the game homered on Wednesday except for Josh Naylor, who I picked to homer. Yes. And then he homered in his first at-bat last night. And I was like, son of a... Like, of course. Of course. It's not on Wednesday. It's on Thursday night. So that's the worst thing for me. It's the worst thing. When you peg something right, but it happens the day after and not the day of, that is the worst. The worst.
That's part of the reason I don't do home run props. Because a guy I like, a guy I bet, and then I just picked the wrong day. It's just so frustrating. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, ooh. That's really, really sucks. So top 4 for Seattle, 0 for 13 last night. Not good. Scherzer was good. A lot of people not expecting it. I know there were a lot of fringe baseball fans or people just jumping in. Maybe they just watch their team for the most part. They're like, Scherzer's still around. Scherzer's still pitching. Good job out of him. We've got a series, man. I think this is going 7. I said that yesterday on the show. Certainly feel stronger about that one today. Dodgers win 3-1. Dodgers minus 160 favorites. The under hits. Only 4 runs scored in this one. Glasnow was amazing. Why are the Brewers doing this opener thing and they're trying to fool everyone? Like, if you know it's Mizorowski, what's the big deal? Mizorowski was outstanding once he came in, but you put yourself in a 1-0 hole with Ashby. You only allow him to face 4 batters. It's a triple, a double, a strikeout, and then they pull him after a walk in the first inning. It feels like they're trying to outthink everybody and like looking for some sort of a tiny edge because they know that they are no match for the Dodgers.
What they're trying to do, I believe, is give the Dodger bats multiple looks throughout the game. They don't want you to see the same guy 3 times, and that's just the Murphy strategy. He's pulling straws, though. I mean, this is over. You said yesterday it was over. 3-0, can hit. The Brewers in 3 straight games. 1 run, 1 run, 1 run. That's it.
Top 6 batters last night for Milwaukee. 1 for 22. That ain't going to get it done, going 1 for 22. Dodgers starters have been amazing. Add Glasnow to the list. The room was fading Glasnow, right? That's what they were doing? Oh, yeah. They said under on outs. They said under on strikeouts. They'd be wrong. 1-4 in the Dodgers game last night. So a loser over there. All right. Friday feels on the other side. How are we feeling heading into this big weekend? We'll talk about it. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. We've all got that Friday feeling.
Good morning, Vietnam!
It's all about the vibes on this Football Friday.
Hey, this is not a test. This is rock and roll.
It's our Friday feels on Bet Sweats.
Clear eyes, full hearts.
Let's go!
You know we're feeling pretty good after last night. Nailing everything going on with the Bengals and the Steelers game. Heading into a full weekend NFL college football action as well. Got some good games there, and I'm feeling good about the Dodgers, Sam. But I've got a few other things that I want to go over. How about you? What stands out Friday feels for the people?
Well, speaking of nailing, let's start there.
Okay.
I'm not an early
where
person,
you're going.
as you know. I'm not an early person. I like to be up late, and then I try and get out of bed 7:45, and then our show starts at 9. But a lot of my stuff is done at night. You're the opposite. You get up early and you prep early. I prep late. It's fine. Whatever works. Whatever floats your boat. So the painters are back, part 2. And I guess they were here yesterday to start the second half of our project in the house. So the entire exterior of the house is being scraped and repainted. We talked about this last week. It was at this time last week that they were power washing the side of the house that I was sitting in. So this morning, the sanding, scraping, hammering, and drilling, 7:15 a.m.
Oh, the sanding.
Which for me, hour and a half straight. Luckily, that part is, I guess, over. The sanding and the scraping has subsided, and I believe they are now just painting, which is nice. I was under the impression that this was going to happen for at least 4 hours. But I guess they did a lot of the sanding yesterday, because I got home late last night. 8 o'clock, 8:30, get off the train, get home. So I didn't really see all that they did yesterday. But the sanding, scraping, drilling, hammering did commence this morning at 7:15 a.m., putting me in a very bad mood out of the gate. But I am turning that frown upside down and powering through as one should.
It's a perfect opportunity to go run some errands, go to the store, but you can't because you have to work for the next few hours. Now, after that, then you could, but yeah, you get whatever.
The best is when you hear, "Oh, it's not that bad." Yeah, okay, not that bad.
And you guys don't have like
say
a basement, right?
No.
Yeah.
Well, we do, but it's not finished. It's not finished.
Yeah. No, you're not going down there to hang out or just get away from the noise, and you can't.
No, I go down there to get asbestos.
Yes, exactly. Oh man. So done this weekend?
I believe finished up tomorrow. So what isn't finished today will be completed tomorrow. So really not that big of a deal, but my alarm clock should be my alarm clock, not the sound of my house being sanded to pieces.
Oh man, they got out there early. All right. Yeah. Jeez. That sometimes you come across people like, oh, this is what you do every day, huh? Makes you happy for your job. Like what we do is the worst thing in the world.
Very happy.
I got a couple sports betting related things, but I'll do the non-sports first like you did. So on the fall ball team, about a month and a half ago, we had a scare with a head injury. It was a scooter accident that could have been really bad. It was close to being really bad. Thankfully, everybody's good and healthy. So it was a head injury. So the team is sensitive to stuff like this. We have practice yesterday because tomorrow, if the rain will hold off, we have our semifinal game. So we're just going through some stuff. We got very limited time at the end. I'm like, okay, let's do some quick hitting, live at bats, whatever. And I decided to go out there with the machine. And it just in a rush. Let's just get it done, whatever. Wasn't thinking. A couple of parents already starting to show up for the kids. And we're just rifling through, getting people in, getting people out. Let's go. You go here, whatever. I didn't grab the L screen. I didn't grab a glove. A kid they call Train comes up to bat. He's one of these kids that, when you're 12, 13, there's always one or two on a team that are just like massive. Like you're looking up at them. You're getting intimidated. A kid's got to be taller than me at this point already. He spit on a ball right up the middle. I go diving. Boom. Hits me right on the side of the head. And I'm like, everybody's like, are you okay? Are you okay? One of the coaches like, everybody take a knee. No, we're not taking a knee. All right, I'm fine. We're good to go. Little lightheaded, little woozy. I thought about Paul Aspen and the softball incident. Like, yeah, I don't feel good right now. I was a little concerned about going to sleep last night. I'm watching Bengals Steelers, cheering on Flacco. Got the ice pack up against the head. As I do this right now, I do feel a bit of a bump. Light headache, maybe concussed if I say something crazy today, but we're good. We're good to go. So how am I feeling? This side of my head, not so good. That's what I think about Friday feels.
I'm very sorry that happened. Can we get the measurables on Train, though? The people need to know how tall, how wide, how much does he weigh?
Massive. Just massive. I'm not saying wide. I'm saying very tall. Very tall, very strong kid. And he's super athletic. You would think, a lot of these teams, when you come across a kid like that, they're slow. Like, no, he's also a basketball player. He's a big. So, he's tall. He's got to be, I'm pretty sure he's taller than me. And I was 6 foot at one time. I'm probably shrinking. I haven't checked in a while. It wouldn't surprise me if I were going up to a wall and measure myself. If I were 5'10" at this point, I'll probably be 5'7" by the time I'm dead. But big kid.
I was going to say, my size, 6'2", 220,
not
13.
Quite. He will be for sure.
He'll be bigger. He'll be bigger than me for sure.
Yeah. They're all, it's crazy. Like my son is way bigger than when I was 12, 13, way bigger, not even close. I think most of them are. Friday feels not feeling so great. What about sports betting? It's all good. My first thought was like, I don't know if I'm doing the show tomorrow. And also, good thing it wasn't straight on to the face, because that would have been bad if I'm doing the show and you see stitches of a Major League Baseball on my forehead, because that's what would have happened.
Friday feels domestic violence, right? Oh,
Here.
No, it was a baseball, I swear.
You see Rob Manfred's signature on my forehead? Yeah.
So hold on, before we do more sports, I want to talk about the take a knee coach, because that's very funny. The take a knee, like that guy.
I hate the knee. I hate taking a knee. I hate it. Go ahead.
We had a coach at Carmel, sophomore baseball, who was like the third coach. There's the manager, the head coach, and then there's the second guy who people respect, and then there's the third guy who shows up like every other day, maybe.
Yes.
And the third guy for us was the take a knee, men, one of those guys. This was also a guy we used to practice at Jackson Park. For those that know Jackson Park, we didn't practice at the school. We practiced in the hood at Jackson Park. So he would take one of the nicer bats on the team, because the rich kids all had like the DeMarinis and the, whatever, like the really fancy bats, the stealth bats.
Mm-hmm.
During practice, or during like the educational part of practice, he would take somebody's really nice $300 bat, go into the outfield and look for golf balls so he could throw them up and crack them with the DeMarini.
What? This is insane.
I know. He was insane. He was a lunatic. So then people would wonder why their bats were all messed up. Oh, because coach was in the outfield during the downtime of practice lining golf balls from Jackson Park with the DeMarini.
Why was he taking the nice bats? Idiot.
Because he was a hillbilly. That's why.
So I was going to ask you about the price, because Like, you're a bit younger than me, but the nice ones then were 300.
Yeah, 300, 400, maybe. They have to be double now. I mean, I'm talking
Now,
2003, 2004.
and any new bat's like $500 to $600 now that the kids are willing to
sure.
say that they want. Yeah. Crazy. What a racket.
This
that
guy
is.
used to have the lip in. I like take a knee. You know, the
Take a
lip
knee.
in, the pouch. Yeah, take a knee. And he'd be in the outfield looking like Hato from Rookie of the Year, teeing off on golf balls.
You're so right, though, about like the third coach, the guy who's there every other day. Like, yeah. The one on my team is a fireman, so obviously he can't be there because you're on watch for 24 straight hours. But yeah. Every team has one of those too. It's like they're there once in a while when they can be, you know. And this guy is in golf balls. What an idiot. For what?
Like throwing them up, and then just cracking golf balls. Yeah, and then he'd also do this. If you're watching on video, after he'd hit one really well, he'd do this and he'd watch it. He'd put his hand above his eyes and watch it go. Oh, what a hillbilly he was!
Oh man, what a clown! All right, anything else jumping out for Friday Feels?
I want to give a shout out to the Bulldog from WGR. He had a parlay last night that cashed at 182 to 1.
Get out.
He sent it to me last night. Yes. Not going to tell you how much he won. I don't kiss and tell. I don't put people's business in the streets. But here's his parlay. Darnell Washington touchdown. Noah Fant touchdown. Jamar Chase touchdown. Flacco 250 passing yards and the Bengals money line.
Oh man. Yeah. We talked about the Bengals yesterday.
Smashed.
That's a great one. I mean, last night was the perfect night for it. If you're into touchdown parlays, boom, boom, boom. Look at all the total is 45. It went 19 over, something like that. What a game for
33-31. So yeah, flew over.
Yeah. What a night for props. That's good. Good job, Bulldog. He's on fire. He owns Thursdays. Like every week he's hitting something big. Some touchdown prop that's 6 to 1 or double digits. Good job. Speaking of Thursday night football, I've thought it. This has confirmed it. It's like, put it in stone. Never, ever Thursday night football in Survivor. We've had 3 straight weeks now. We go Rams favored by 8.5. They lose to the Niners. Last week, Eagles favored by 7.5. They lose to a rookie quarterback in Dart and the Giants. And then last night, you've got the Steelers 5.5-point road favorites. All division games, because that's the thing now with Thursday night football. They lose. 3 straight big favorites losing outright. Quick turnaround Thursday night football. I think that's part of it, Sam. And then like you think back to earlier in the year when the favorites did win. They were close games. Seattle, Arizona was close. The Bills game against Miami, yes, they win by 10. But that ended up being close for way too much of the game. And we know how terrible the Dolphins are. So never, ever Survivor Thursday night football. Never forcing it.
Don't do it. No Thursday, no Jaguars. Joe O's pinnacles of betting Survivor. Along with GRP's #1 commandment, pick a winner. That's your favorite
a little bit,
commandment.
That's good.
Yes. That's the best one. Also, before we step away here, actually, we have about 90 seconds. Let's give a shout out to Brian Gerch, who has a football coach that decided Indiana was a better job than Penn State. Kurt Signetti, come on down. 8 years, $11.6 million per year. I tongue-in-cheek said, why would he leave Indiana? It's a better job than Penn State. Now, we could fight about that until we're all dead. I mean, there's no real way to prove that, but I mean, clearly he's content staying at Indiana. 5 years ago, Kurt Signetti signed a deal at James Madison for $425,000. Now he signed an extension at Indiana, 8 years, $11.6 million per year. He bet on himself, and he won.
Man, I didn't even think you were saying it tongue-in-cheek. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. Indiana right now in 2025, with the state of everything going on, it's a better job than Penn State. And I saw the YouTube video. There were some people that were arguing about it. We got a lot of views. check it out if you want to know what we're talking about on the BetMGM Network YouTube page. But yeah, man, I agree with that. Good job. Good job, Indiana. They're not playing. They're not going to sit around and wait until somebody else is coming and offering stuff. Like, he got a raise in the offseason too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now then they did it again. How many times are we going to have to keep doing that?
2 years ago, $4.5 million. Last year, $8 million. Yesterday, 11.6.
Wow. Good on them. Making that commitment.
Per year.
We love you. Don't go anywhere, please. Speaking of college football, we'll talk about our college football MLB bets on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Team that I don't think is a fraud that's at the top is Texas A&M. I do this every year. Like, I buy into Texas A&M. I love what I've seen from Texas A&M, and they do the same things every year and disappoint us and end up going 9-3 or 8-4. I say it every year, but maybe this year is different. Texas A&M is not a fraud. I do think Texas A&M is legit.
Caroline Fencing with us on the show the other day. Joe O, Sammy P, get you set for college football, Major League Baseball. Today we got 2 more games, and then we'll get to some NFL action coming up. Welcome in. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, BetMGMNetwork.com. Subscribe on our YouTube page, the BetMGM Network. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time, crying during the break, listening to Sam's old baseball stories about the third coach. I love this man. I had a lot of questions. We talked about cargo shorts, the facial hair situation, and the stupid phrases. Baseball's got so many of those. Like, your average person listening in would have no idea what any of it means. And probably people on the team have no idea what this means or that means.
My brother listening live from his house in Illinois said, Jackson Park, shout out. And then sent me a picture of a brand new orange Stealth bat for $700. So,
now?
Apparently, yeah. That's what an Easton Stealth brand new bat costs, $700.
Yep, that actually makes perfect sense. If you walk into a Dick's Sporting Goods, go to that baseball section, you'll be amazed if you haven't been there in a while. And the funny thing is, like, now we're at the age, now you got to go to a drop 8. And then next year you got to go to a drop 5, meaning the bats get heavier. Every year, got to buy a new bat now. There's that thing too. Oh, yeah, good stuff. Go to glove section 2. They're all $350. Anyways, the parents know all about that too. They know what I'm talking about. All right, college football. I actually wanted to get to this during Friday Feels, but I'm glad we actually saved it because something that I was feeling was on the heels of our conversation with John Murray yesterday. Clarity. I think a little bit of clarity on some spots. And you saw it right away. You actually stopped and said, Joe, did you notice that? Yes, I noticed it. You noticed it. Hopefully our audience noticed it. And John fairly brought up, it's not something that hits all the time, but it is certainly worth discussing. And what we're talking about is, we'll find out where the room is at. And I can't wait because college football, they've been something special. But there are 2 particular underdogs that he's saying they're betting a lot. And when I say they're, it means the public. They're betting these 2 dogs, and then the point spread is going in the other way. You don't have to be in this too long to figure that out. So the respected money is on the other side, where the majority of the money is coming in on the dog side. And that is USC Ole Miss. And I get it. In fact, I was probably one of those people on Monday. Like, I looked at it, I'm like, boy, Ole Miss getting more than a touchdown? USC, we're out to 9.5. Like, and I had that first reaction. And then you start looking at the matchup a little bit more. And then you start talking to people about where the sharp plays are, the respected money, which side they're on. Do you really want to be against all that? Oh, I see why the line is climbing. Oh, look at this matchup. Look at that matchup. Look at the weather conditions that we might be getting. I understand what's happening with Georgia and the revenge angle that they have. I get it with Notre Dame and the running backs out for USC, and you're probably going to have to run the ball in the rain in South Bend on Saturday. And you know what I mean? Like, it's all lining up. A little bit of clarity, Sam, after our conversation with John Murray. What do you think?
Well, it's mostly money that's driving said clarity. When more tickets are on one team, but the line is moving the other way, that is the definition of pros against Joes. We don't need a bookmaker to tell us that. I mean, it's nice to hear where the tickets are, but when you hear the tickets are on X, but the line is moving to Y, that's it, right? That's it. That's the nuts. And there are several games like that this week. I wrote about it in the newsletter. Arizona State's another one. Arizona State was 11.5 on Monday. And then Sam Leavitt came back to practice, their starting quarterback. Remember, he didn't play against Utah. And I was talking to a couple guys this week who said that Dillingham, the head coach at ASU, basically kept Levitt out. He got hurt against TCU the week before. And then they went to Salt Lake City to play Utah. Well, guess what happened at Utah all day, game day? Thunderstorms.
Mm-hmm.
Bad injury to the foot. Not bad, but enough to make you wonder. Aligned with thunderstorms, slippery field elements. Let's just keep him out. So that was a late breaker last week. Oh, Levitt's not going to play. But the plan always, as we were told this week, was he was going to play against Texas Tech. So that number has gone from 11.5 on Arizona State catching the points to now 7. There's a 7 at BetMGM right now. There's 7 all over Vegas, all over offshore. That's another game where you're going to have more tickets on Texas Tech because guess what? Texas Tech has covered every game this year. People have made money on Texas Tech, so they're going to bet Texas Tech. But the money is on Arizona State. That's happening in a couple other games. Notre Dame, which we mentioned, Georgia from 6.5 through the 7 to 7.5. And then the other big move is injury related. Did you catch at the end of our show what happened to the Clemson line against SMU?
Did not.
Apparently, Cade Klubnik's not playing because this number went from 10 to 5.5. SMU against Clemson. They absolutely destroyed it. Vegas Rick was calling me. We were taping bear bets. I was like, I can't answer this phone. He called me 3 times. And I finally was able to reach out after we're done taping. And he goes, you won't believe how much I bet on SMU. And I'm like, what happened? I have no idea what happened. He goes, Klubnik's not going to play. I said, official? He said, no, but he's not playing. And I'm like, okay.
Right.
That line went from 10 during our show to 5.5 by lunchtime. There's a 5 right now at Chris on Clemson laying the points to SMU. That market move tells you that Cade Klubnik is not playing for Clemson.
Yep, for sure. Oh, wow. That's a big move. No doubt about it. Another one. This Penn State, Iowa number. Now we're out to 3 at some spots. I've seen books go to 3.5. Jeff Schwartz is like, they're dead. They're done. And then the more and more you look at it, what could be down the road, what it sounds like is happening in that program, it's if it's not this week, it's going to be a while before Penn State wins a game. If you plan on betting Iowa, you got to do it now, right? Like there are still some 2.5s out there. I don't think there's any way. Where's the Penn State money coming from? Who's going to line up and back Penn State? I know you've had a tough time with the power rating, and it's certainly understandable. The look ahead is Penn State minus 10.5, and now we're looking at it going to Iowa minus 3.5.
My favorite set of ratings moved Penn State from a 91.5 to, I'm still scrolling, 91.5 to a 80.5. So it dropped them 11 points with no quarterback and no coach. The issue is you don't really know how far to go. I mean, you're guessing at this point, and then you make the money, or you book the money for that matter. I mean, the power rating is one thing, but if the power rating is off, the market's going to tell you. And when we saw this number open in Vegas, it was Iowa minus 3. Initial bet came in on Iowa out to 3.5. Then some Penn State money came back in, knock it back through the 3. But now we're basically sitting 3.
Yep.
The issue that I have, and I think a lot of odds makers have, how do you quantify a team that's quit? If, in fact, they've quit, which one would argue when you lose to Northwestern, you've quit. But how many points is effort worth, right? I mean, it could be worth more than a 10-point drop. I mean, to go from 91.5 to 80.5 is a huge move in 1 week. But if they lay down and die and just have no effort, I mean, Iowa could win this game 24-3. I don't know what to do with it. I think you're right. It'd be Iowa or pass, but it's impossible to quantify what Penn State we see on Saturday. It's impossible.
Yep, 100%. I do want to mention Vanderbilt. You pointed out right away that this was Pick'em, and we've moved to 2.5. Now there are 3s popping. Vandy minus 3. And it's just historically, there are some amazing factoids about this. So Vandy's going to close as a favorite unless we get some quarterback news. You mentioned 51 straight games. They've been an underdog in SEC games. Amazing. This is also the first time Vanderbilt has been favored against a ranked opponent since 1978. That is 176 games they've been going against ranked opponents, and they were the dog. Well, it looks like they're going to be the favorite. Also, the first time they've been favored against LSU since 1948.
The end of World War II.
It's crazy. This is insane what's happening. But you got no play on the game, right?
No, I wanted to get to LSU, and I stayed off it because I had smart people say, don't do it. So
yeah,
in my racket, that's good enough. If I hear it from 2 or 3 sharp people, don't do it, I don't do it. Paul, did you see what they did to our Maryland squad? They blasted it. Maybe they were all watching 10 Toes Down yesterday. Maryland during our show was 3.5. Now it's 2.5. So somebody somewhere did some work with a shovel on Maryland.
Let's go Terps. I think they are 3-0 against the spread as a dog.
Good.
For what it's worth. As a favorite, kind of more mixed. As a big favorite, more mixed. But close loss to Washington, close loss to Nebraska. Arguably could have won both games. And UCLA, yeah, let's sell the top here.
We got 4 games tonight, Joe, and a couple of game day moves. Miami was 14 basically all day yesterday, and people wake up this morning and they want to bet Louisville. That's fine. I understand it. It's a big number. I just need Carson Beck to play a great game. So those numbers are now 13 or 13.5. They took the points with Louisville today. And a move in the 9 o'clock Eastern game. San Jose State, people are fading San Jose State. There's a rumor their quarterback is not healthy. So Utah State went from 3 to 3.5 to 4.
All right, good stuff there on college football. Coming up next, we start to break down this NFL card in detail. Sides, totals, props. We'll tell you where we're at heading into the weekend. Kelly in Vegas will join us in her usual spot, 11 a.m. Eastern. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Vrabel going back to Tennessee, laying a touchdown. Can you lay it with the Pats?
Yes, I could. Vrabel, I was told, wants to stomp a hole in their head. That's what I was told about Vrabel going into Nashville. It was actually worse. I can't say what it was really relayed as, but this one's personal. If they can make them cry, they will.
Wouldn't mind seeing it. We'll talk about that coming up in a couple of moments. Joe O, Sammy P. Let's start breaking down this Week 7 NFL card. We're one game underway. Got a big upset last night. 5.5 points at home. The home dog gets through an AFC North matchup with Joe Flacco and the Cincinnati Bengals. Just his second game. They're about a week. Just over a week, and look at Flacco getting it done with big numbers last night. We'll see if we get some big upsets on the card this week. First game we're going to break down here. Sam, I can't say this is a large point spread because it isn't. It is the Colts at the Chargers. The Chargers are a 1.5 point favorite, higher total, 48.5. And we've been thinking all week that the room is going to be high on one of these sides, and it might be a public dog situation.
Could be. We'll see. I do know that people love the Chargers as a small favorite, though. So I don't want to get too bullish and say that they're going to back the Colts here. I like Indy. I've been higher on them, as you know, than most. I kind of caught on after week 1, maybe week 2. I was fully convinced that they were good because I watched the way they ran the ball. I'm like, God, they're just beating the hell out of teams on the offensive line. Now, the competition wasn't great. And if you look at their slate, it definitely gets tougher. But teams that can run the ball and play solid defense up front, you're going to have a chance to win a lot of football games. And that's what I like about the Colts. The market in this game hasn't really budged. Westgate opened this thing up on Sunday at 1.5. And that's basically where we sit right now. It's 1.5 at BetMGM. It's 1.5 all over Vegas. There's a 2 offshore. There's also a 1 offshore. But your consensus number is unchanged for the most part. Chargers minus 1.5. The total hasn't moved either. The question I have with the Chargers, can they protect the quarterback? Who's healthy on the line? And who's going to be the lead back? I, unfortunately, picked up Hassan Haskins in fantasy, not Kamani Vidal. Womp! Picked the wrong guy. So I'm like,
oh man.
Because didn't Haskins play for Harbaugh in college? I'm like,
did he?
Of course. That's
the connection.
Didn't Haskins go to Michigan? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. So I'm like,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Yeah, he was an All-American at Michigan. I connected the dots there, Joe. I thought, Haskins, Harbaugh, boom. Nope. Vidal's
Bad
the
dots.
guy.
Bad dots.
Bad dots, no doubt. But can Vidal do what he did last week? I have my concerns. I just don't think their running game is any good right now, and I don't think it can be trusted. That's an issue against the Colts.
Yeah, and the Dolphins' defense is trash everywhere. Pass, run, whatever. So you see why they were able to control that game, and he was able to go for 124. They got to the red zone 7 times against the Dolphins with no offensive line. I think that speaks more to the Dolphins than it does the Chargers, but you want to give Chargers their respect. McConkey had his first big game of the year. It felt like he put up 100 yards, targeted 9 times. Joe Alt, yes, that's the big question. Did not practice Wednesday, limited yesterday. So he gets upgraded. What's the word today? That's going to be a big one for me as far as attacking this game. I have Chargers question mark. You know what I mean? Like, it's not one of my favorite plays in contests where I've got to get to 7 selections, ATS. They might end up making the list based on what we see in the final injury report. Maybe. And we'll see. But Colts, I was unimpressed last week. I wanted to see more against the Cardinals team that was going through a lot of drama, a lot of everything, and they have a backup quarterback. And what happens? Brissett was going up and down the field. Now you give Daniel Jones credit and Steichen too for having the game-winning touchdown drive with about 4 minutes left. But For them to be at home in that spot, I didn't love what I saw. But every time they got into the red zone, they were perfect. They're scoring touchdowns. They put up 31 points on Arizona. This is a better defense overall. We have questions about the offensive line. So that's why I'm like, question mark. If I'm doing something with this game, though, I'm teasing the Colts. I'll tease that road team past the touchdown plus 7.5.
Sure. Along with our next game, we could have a 2-team teaser right there. Let's also remember this for people that don't connect dots, although I connected bad dots. I think these are good dots here. The Colts have already made this trip this year when they played the Rams in LA. So this is already familiar for them. They've already done this trip, and that was a game that they probably should have covered against the Rams, but they didn't because it was that Adonai Mitchell. Wasn't that the game? The Rams-Colts game?
The touchdown, yeah. Yep, that was it.
So they are ready for this trip. They've already done it this season. So I think there's a lot to be said about making that trip again. They're used to it. They know what to expect. They played in this building. Daniel Jones is used to the very weak home crowd. I think it's a good spot for the Colts. In a teaser, it's really strong. Up through 3, up through 7. I think your nails on that one.
We knew on Monday that New England was going to be a touchdown favorite, and New England is a touchdown favorite on the road at Tennessee. It's a big narrative game. Maybe it's real. Maybe it isn't. That's for you to decide, and we'll find out. I can't wait to watch this game. Even though it's a touchdown point spread, I'm really curious what ends up happening in this one and how it's played on both sides. On the New England side, obviously, the revenge factor. Vrabel going back to face the Tennessee Titans. Now, spot-wise, I have a little bit of caution because it's a third straight road game. When you have situations in the NFL, it's a third straight road game, that third spot is always challenging. So Buffalo, they win on the road. New Orleans, they win on the road. Now they're going to Tennessee. Historically, teams in this specific spot have not done very well. Last 20 years, 16, 24, and 2 against the spread. So on Patriots week, the Titans decide now is the time. Let's pull the plug. Let's fire Brian Callahan. He's out. Is there a bump? Is there a focus? Some sort of an upgrade? Maybe. Historically, the ATS coverage rate goes from 36% up to 48%. So we're still talking about close to a coin flip. The interim is Mike McCoy. The OC, DC, they're not changing. Like the guy's making the decisions with play calls. Calvin Ridley has not been practicing this week. He's been dealing with a hamstring. I wonder if he's going to be out there. You still have Cam Ward under center. He turned the ball over a whole bunch 3 times against Vegas last week. And I get it. It's not just because of Patriots week. It's also, this was one of your winnable spots, and you never really had a chance to win this game against the Raiders, and the Raiders stink. The Raiders did not dominate that game. It's just how bad the Titans are. So we're sitting 7. We told everybody on Monday, there are some 6.5s. Go grab them if you plan on betting the Patriots. It is 7 across the board, Sam, total of 42.
I have still done nothing with this game. Nothing. And I don't know why. I think it's maybe because in some weird way, in 5 days we've discussed this game or texted with others about this game, I have not heard one person who thinks the Titans can win. And maybe when you just hear the same thing for 4 or 5 days, you just get a little jaded and think, oh, well, it can't be that easy because it's the NFL. I'm not going to bet Titans.
No.
Here's my question to you as somebody who has 13 survivor bullets left. How many are you using New England in?
New England is going to be the most popular pick this week because, yes, the Chiefs have the highest point spread, but some people have already used them or some people are saving them, depending on the kind of pool that you're in. I'm going to be using the Patriots in most of them. I'm going to use them the most.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't see Vrabel and the Patriots going there and losing. We asked Nate Collins about this on Wednesday as a former NFL player. Like, is this a real thing or is this a narrative that people are just running with? It's like, no, this is going to be real. They're going to be talking about this all week. That's why I'm kind of pushing that third straight road game to the side for 1 week. Now, it might be a spot to get New England next week. It's Cleveland, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland against that defense.
Yep.
That might be the spot for me, but I like the Patriots to win this game. I don't see the Titans winning. And I'm the first guy to look at fired coach bumps and, focus for a week, maybe 1 week, even though you are bad. But winning and covering are a couple of different things here. The way that Drake May has been playing, man, you look at him in the first half last week against New Orleans on the road. It's been so impressive. I just don't see that changing. And now your number one weapon on offense is probably out for this game too. I just don't see it. Like Vrabel, a piece of him has been preparing for this game all year. I bet you in the summer he was looking at stuff about ways that he can get this team. He knows this roster inside and out. Yeah. I will have them. They're a great teaser leg, as you mentioned. I'll be using them in a lot of Survivor. I don't have a problem laying 7.
I think it's fair to say that the numbers guys probably think this number could be a little high, but the field guys want no part of the Titans because of all the things at play here. Vrabel going back to Nashville, wanting blood. His team's playing well. The quarterback in year 2 has gotten substantially better. That's the other thing. Second-year quarterbacks usually regress. They don't usually come into the season and get better week to week to week to week to week.
Stroud.
This might just be a historical second season for Drake May. And, I wasn't sure how good he was. I'll put my hand up. I had no idea. I thought there was a possibility that he might not be good. I was wrong about that. I still don't know how good the team is. We know the schedule's easy. If you're saying Survivor, though, in a lot of your entries, that tells me a lot. So New England in a teaser, New England straight. I probably won't bet the game, but I'm definitely not betting the Titans. That much is clear on my end.
Joe O, Sammy P, BetSweats, BetMGM Network. We have another London game Sunday morning when we're on the air. I'm doing BetMGM Game Day. You're doing You Better You Bet countdown to kickoff. Do you like it or not like it? Or I know Nick's probably going off during the game and screaming and yelling about something with it. Do you hate the Sunday games? I'm not a fan, but I know some people love the more football.
The games stink. The games
suck.
themselves are horrible. Horrible.
Yes.
We're on the air. We're on the air. It's 13-11 Broncos with a minute to go. It's just a horrible football game. But people wake up, watch it in their pajamas, maybe a little mimosa action, a little Bloody Mary action, gamble on the game. That's what we do in this country. So that'll kick at 9:30 a.m. Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to play it. The move in this one has been the under. So the total was 47, and now it's 44.5. They've been shorting some offense. I don't think Nakua is playing. I don't think they've made an announcement in or out, but I don't expect him to play. So that changes a lot of things for the Rams, who basically give the ball to 4 people on offense. Yeah, I mean, they streamline. They do. They got 2 receivers, they got a couple running backs, and they got a tight end. Like, they're not a very deep target team. So how does that play into effect? I don't know. Last week, Nick and I decided to live parlay the Broncos to win with the Steelers to win, and it got through, but we needed heroics with quotation marks around them. I mean, it was 11-10 Jets with 5 minutes to go. And Nick's getting all hot and bothered, and I'm like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, the game stinks. You and I have London history together. I would never put a bunch of money. Let me put it this way and put a ribbon on it. I would never have a lot of money on a London game, ever.
Nope. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I don't want anything to do with this game. And so you also have the favorite. I agree with you that Puka is probably not going to play. He has not been practicing this week. And what happened to that offense without him for much of that game? It's a decimated Ravens defense, and they didn't even get to 300 yards. They go 0 for 3 in the red zone. The Rams offense, I have questions. So now you're facing an improved Jaguars defense, which is they get it. They get the whole London thing. They've got it down pat, right? You would think, even with a rookie head coach, this is what you have to do. They have that information. By the way, Devin Lloyd, he's not practicing this week either. The crowd is probably going to be backing Jacksonville a little bit. I just have questions on both sides. it's lined correctly. I'm not playing the game. I'm not doing anything with it. I know people want to bet for Sunday morning, but side total, I got nothing for you. Prop wise, okay, if you want to take Devontae, you can take a look there because I don't know where else the targets are going. Maybe you look at another Rams receiver that would be stepping up. With if Puka is out, we need that intel as well. So, but yeah, I don't have any interest in the game. It looks like it's a better game, but I don't really think there's much of a handicap. And you have one of the best players on the field. That's probably not going to be out there. All right, we continue with the National Football League breakdown. Show O Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
This week is a make or break week for them, I feel like, because in that locker room right now, I just feel like as an ex-player, it's probably like eggshells, and it's kind of feeling of the implosion is about to happen.
Nate Collins with us every Wednesday talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. Are they in trouble? Can they get out of this losing skid that they're on right now? Losers of their last 2 games. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We're breaking down the National Football League card for this week's number 7. We start with a big upset last night. We'll see what's in store going down this weekend. We also have a pair of really good Monday night games. The card Sunday isn't so great, but the Monday night games really looking forward to. This could be the best game of the day. Eagles and the Vikings. So we've got the Eagles as a short road favorite. Over at BetMGM, they have it -2. You'll find plenty of 1.5s out there. So let's call it Eagles -2, low total of 44. Extra rest for Philly. They're coming off that Thursday night loss against the Giants when they were favored by 7.5 points. You know, Jalen Carter, I think, looks like he's going to play. He did not play in that loss to the Giants. He's always big. You have the Zadarius Smith retiring story that a lot of people don't know a ton of details about. Yesterday, they upgraded Quinyon Mitchell. So it certainly looks like Philadelphia is getting healthier. When people are going to point to Zadarius Smith and all that, overall, their defense is getting healthier, so they should be ready. The problem is the numbers have looked really bad for the Eagles. And the Vikings also, like I mentioned, extra rest for the Eagles. Well, the Vikings are coming off a bye. So you have a really smart pair of coaches in Minnesota, and they've got extra time to prepare. And this Eagles team, I don't know that this is the week that they're going to end up turning that offense around. I mean, Flores is as respected as anyone. That defense, number 2 in the NFL EPA per play, number 1 EPA per dropback. So I'm not sure that this is going to be some big Jalen Hurts performance. We're waiting on Saquon. When's last year's Saquon going to show up? Not sure. It looks like it's going to be Carson Wentz on the field. Sam, what do you think about this game?
I can't get there with Wentz. I shouldn't say I can't. I won't get there with Wentz. There we go. Had to correct myself on the fly. Not betting Wentz against this Eagles team. I expect Carter to play. You mentioned Mitchell. Look, the Eagles are just a better team, and I think you get them on the cheap. If we made this number before the season, what is it? 4? Philly 4. And yesterday I was able to lay some Philly 1. So just from a number standpoint, from a buy low standpoint, I'm there. Philly also has extra time to prepare. I know Minnesota comes off the bye, but Philly played on Thursday and got embarrassed by the Giants. So they've had to stew about that for a week and a half going into this game. You know me too. I'm Minnesota playoff guy this year. I need them to make the playoffs, and I feel terrible about this spot, having to face a pissed off Eagles team that needs to get right. I think it'd be better for them to go on the road, honestly, though. I think this is a really good spot for Philly, and I did find myself laying 1 yesterday.
Yep, I was going to bring up that exact point. It's tough to play there up in Minnesota. You've talked many times. You've experienced that, what it's like up there.
All game.
Right? All damn game. Shut up. But would you rather be telling the opposing fans to shut up or your own fans? Because if they're in Philadelphia, they're getting it even worse.
They're getting booed by their home fans.
Yeah, that might be a worse situation. I get it. On Wentz, I was curious, so I compared the numbers. And remember, McCarthy wasn't out there much. It's a very small sample size, but weeks 1 and 2 when McCarthy was out there, EPA per play, Minnesota, dead last, number 32. With Wentz, since week 3, EPA per play, they're number 16. So the argument is they were bad with JJ and they're average with Wentz. Don't know that he's average, facing a better defense this week, but they've been average since week 3 when he's been out there. So maybe they're not in a big rush to get McCarthy out there. He was limited on both Wednesday and Thursday. I do wonder, big picture wise, what is the plan here? What are we doing? Because last year we were planning for JJ, and then they didn't really like what they saw in the first couple games, and they go right to Wentz. It doesn't feel like they're rushing to get McCarthy back on the field. I don't know. I think this is a really good Vikings teaser spot. You get them to +8, low total at home. Eagles by margin, not how they're looking right now. I'm not buying that. So I like a Vikings teaser. If you're forcing me to pick the game, I would probably go Vikings. I think they can win. If they lose 3 straight games and then you get extra rest and you lose, a mini bye, right? At Minnesota against Carson Wentz. Oh, Paul, how loud does it get there? Season over? That's what they're going to be saying.
Sorry, I had a little bit of a mishap there technically. It would, like, if they lose to Carson Wentz, like, the implosion will happen. Now, kind of like we talked about with the Cardinals going to Indy, and like everything's falling apart. I do kind of like the implosion reversal. Like, everyone's talking implosion, and I think that's real. I think they're teetering, but I think this is a good get-right spot. I like the road spot. Look, they can't lose to Carson Wentz. They can't lose to Carson Wentz. The city will lose its mind. Carson Wentz is look, you can't lie about the numbers, like with the EPA numbers you laid out. But Wentz is going to do something really dumb that's going to be a terrible turnover or clock management or just something really dumb, like throwing the ball left-handed. Wentz interception, -113. That's a bet.
That seems cheap.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Seems cheap.
So,
all right, so we're heads up on this one, Joe. I got Eagles, you got Vikings.
Eagles have the Giants next week for revenge, too. You got Wentz revenge, and then we got Giants revenge right after that. And then they go to a bye.
A lot of revenge.
They have to win this game. Have to. Man. It's going to be fun no matter what happens. Because if they win, then everybody's going to say, well, they're going to get the Giants next week. All is good. They're going to be 6-2 before they have a couple of tough games. So it's going to be a big swing game for the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, marching on, we've got the Saints marching on to Chicago. 5.5-point dog. Believe that. The Bears, maybe the biggest point spread that they're going to be favored by all season long. Probably will be. Bears coming off a Monday night win, so it's a short week for the Bears. And Sam, we haven't seen this line move all week, man. Well, now it's starting to dip a little bit finally. Okay.
It got hit.
Corrected.
Somebody came in and bet the Saints yesterday night, and also this morning. I see a lot of Vegas books 4.5 now.
Yep.
BetMGM has one of the higher prices in the market at 5. There's some 5.5 offshore, but a lot of times those books are just trying to write bets. Clearly, they need to write some Saints bets at that point. But I see Circa, Westgate, South Point, all 4.5. Look, the reality is the Bears, while they are 3-2, let's say it how it is. They're 3-2, 3 wins, 2 losses. They're 2 plays away from being 1-4. Right? Mm-hmm. I think if Matt Eberflus was the coach, they'd be 1-4. They would have found a way to not block the field goal, and they would have missed the kick against Washington. I really feel that way. This Ben Johnson thing, though, is real in the sense that this team thinks that they can win. And that's really good for a franchise that historically finds ways to stub its toe. But if you're following the numbers and you believe in things like plus minus and regression and all that, the Bears have a winning record, but the Bears have a -15 point. So that's just sort of the truth of the matter. That's not a take, that's a stat. 3-2, -15. Well, they got blown out by the Lions. Well, yeah, you want us to just erase that game from our memory? I hate when people do that. Well, if you take the Lions game out, it's not that bad. Okay, so we're just going to take out all the bad things and keep all the good things. We have to paint the whole picture. The reality is also the Bears are bad against the run. So if the Saints in the rain can get that run game going and open up play action, this could be a 1-score game. I got a buddy, Sweet Lips, who goes to every game. He goes, I would never lay 5.5 here. He's a huge Bears fan. He goes to every single game. Paul's met him. He's been at the tailgates. He goes, I would never lay 5.5. And I go, good, because it's 4.5. And he said, well, that makes sense. He goes, this is a bad spot for us.
Yep.
One man's
I'd agree
opinion,
with
I
that.
guess. But I would not be laying the points. I took 5.5. And in the contest, in our Chicago contest, our number is 5. I have that popped in as one of my 5.
Well, the spot is 3 straight wins. Now you're going home after back-to-back road wins. Call them lucky, whatever you want to call it. It is what it is. Back-to-back road wins, you go home, and this is what the old Vegas guys would call a sandwich spot, right? Up next, going to Baltimore, probably Lamar's return. Everything on the line. The division there for him. Pittsburgh loses last night, right? The idea was, they're going to win the division easily. No, they lost Cincinnati last night. And then you go to Cincinnati. And now it's not Jake Browning. It's Joe Flacco slinging it 50 times. Oh, does the season turn here? I don't know. Maybe. Are they going to win 4 straight games? I would bet against that. I'll just put it this way. This is one of the higher point spreads of the week. Bears will have 0 of my survivor plays. And I have a number of entries. None. 0. Go ahead, take them. I know they're going to be taken by people. People are going to say,
hater.
It's the only time to take the Bears. Fine. Could be your only time to take an L, and then you're eliminated. So I'm not interested in doing this. Saints have a good run defense. Swift was a monster. I would be surprised if he backs up Monday's performance. Does that again against the Saints rushing defense. Raiders have a good rushing defense. Did nothing against them. Okay? This matchup, I'd be shocked if that were to happen again. I'm on the Saints in this one. Now I'm thinking twice, like, you've got to act now. This thing could get to 4. It wouldn't surprise me if we get there. 4, 3.5, somewhere in that range by Sunday morning. That makes more sense.
Nope.
That's what the line should be, probably.
Yeah, I think it should be 3.5, 4. So if you take the 4.5, 5, now BetMGM still has a 5. It's a little pricey on the dog side. You got to lay $1.15. But could this not just be 24-20, 21-17 final? Bears win, Saints cover. I don't think the back door is ever going to slam shut. I guess I shouldn't say ever, but I don't feel like the Bears are going to blow them out. And Paul brought up, go ahead, Paul, bring up the revenge angle here on the Saints. Go for it.
So I don't know if many people know about this. I didn't until I saw the headline, but I guess Spencer Rattler got benched for Caleb Williams at Oklahoma before Rattler then went to South Carolina, and then Caleb went to USC. And this was like 7 years ago. So there's that.
Crazy. Rattler's not awful. I'll say that. A lot of weeks I'm expecting him to be terrible for the Saints. He hasn't been bad. I'm not saying he's good. He just hasn't been as bad as people were expecting. All right, we were just talking about the Commanders-Bears game from Monday night. Well, you've got the Commanders as a short road favorite going to Dallas. Interesting line in this divisional matchup. Washington -2 at BetMGM. Oh, hold on. This total's 55, Sam.
A lot of points for a really good quarterback with a bunch of weapons. I think CeeDee Lamb's coming back too for Dallas. That's sort of the rumor around the bend. So you get Lamb on one end, Pickens on the other, Dak at home on the turf, fast track, indoors. We get points here. I don't know that I'd love to bet over 55 when I could have gone over 52 and 52.5 and 53. You're definitely late to the over party. Not that it can't win. Dallas in a teaser, 1.5 to 7.5. Talk me off that one.
I can't. I guess the only thing I could come up with is, do you like to tease big total games, shootouts, because it opens the door for one team winning by double digits, but I get it. So Terry McLaurin was downgraded yesterday.
To return, it says. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. McLaurin downgraded, non-participant in Thursday's practice. That's not good. Tells me he's not playing. Why is Washington favored in this game?
Because the Bears are elite? Question mark.
Okay. And the Bears killed Dallas, right? Yeah, you could play that game. They have no defense. I don't think McLaurin's playing. I don't love the spot for Washington. They do need it. They don't want to fall to 3-4 on the season. Which team has the better quarterback right now? I think people would jump up and say Daniels. I don't know that that's the case the way that Dak's playing this year.
Well, Dak's weapons are healthier. I mean, if Daniels has to go again without McLaurin and Noah Brown, it's not really a fair fight in terms of comparing the two.
Yeah. Yeah, I lean to the Dallas side. I like them as a dog. I think they could easily win this game. So coming off the loss at Carolina, maybe you're getting a little bit of value there. That could explain it. Joe O, Sammy P, we continue breaking down this NFL card. Kelly in Vegas, top of the hour on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Kyle Shanahan has done an incredible job scheming up his team in spots where, they might not have been in the best position to win. So I will take Kyle Shanahan. It sounds like George Kittle's supposed to practice. George Kittle matters a lot to that offense. If you get Kittle back, I think that's a big deal.
Will Brinson with us earlier this week. He joins us every Tuesday of CBS Sports. Joe O. Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. 20 minutes from now, Kelly in Vegas will have her favorite college football plays of the weekend. We'll find out what she's doing with Survivor. Will she be going Patriots or elsewhere on the board? Very curious. Maybe she'll land on some Bears. We would suggest not doing that. All right, let's continue to break these down. Will, you heard his clip on the 49ers. He's looking at it being a good spot to take San Francisco at home, coming off of last week's loss at Tampa Bay. So it's Atlanta at San Francisco, Sunday Night Football. I don't know that it's going to be a great game. You have to start with the injury stuff with San Francisco. In the clip, he talked about Kittle. He has been limited this week. Both Wednesday and Thursday, he was limited to return. Brock Purdy, limited this week on Wednesday and Thursday. So that's big. But the biggest for me, Sam, Fred Warner. Already missing Bosa. Now you're missing Warner for the rest of the season. We have not seen this defense any year without both of them. And here you go, Saleh. Go make your hay. Go make your money. See what you can do against Bijan Robinson, Drake London, and company.
Historically, we know the Falcons can have nice things. We know that, especially in prime time. Maybe that's not fair, but that's the truth. Let's dial up Ian McMillan and ask him how many times he's bet the Falcons in prime time, and they've broken his heart. I also think, obviously, the Niners are not healthy, but Juwan Jennings, George Kittle, Sky Moore, Jordan Watkins all practiced. Purdy practiced, although we probably see Mac Jones. I think it's better than they were hoping. But the elephant in the room is that they're just still very, very shorthanded, especially on defense. The market, too, in this game, we were sitting 3 early in the week. There's a lot of 1.5. There's a 1 at Dave Mason's book offshore. So we have seen clearly some support for the Atlanta Falcons plus the points. Now, how much further does it run? I don't know. I imagine there would eventually be a pushback on San Fran at a cheap 1 or a cheap money line price, because it is Sunday night in San Francisco. The building will be juiced up. They can win. Of course they could win. And you're talking about a Falcons team that now everybody probably wants to bet after not many wanted to bet against Buffalo. So when you string that accordion out, everybody wanted to bet Buffalo spread, Buffalo money line, Buffalo this, Buffalo that. And then the Falcons beat Buffalo. Now the Falcons are good. And I'm getting points? Pow. And then the Niners win, and you've lost 2 games with the Falcons because you kind of flipped on the whole verdict. So I don't know. I would probably take San Fran -1 if it got there. Have done nothing with the game. Didn't do anything in contests.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I haven't done anything with the game. I'm not going to pick them in contests, even ones where I have to pick a handful of games. Checking Kendrick Bourne props. They're not even posting them. So that tells me that the number is different between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. Mac Jones, Bourne is his guy. Brock Purdy, I don't really know. I can't sit here on Friday morning and tell you that you've got to take San Francisco or Atlanta when I don't know who the quarterback is for the Niners. I don't know if Kittle's going to be out there, one of the better tight ends in the game. He'd be a main weapon for the San Francisco offense. And I don't know what it looks like without both Bosa and Warner. It might be a dumpster fire defensively without the captain. You got to peek at it in the second half of last week's game. How'd Tampa do? 30 points. Doesn't have his weapons. Baker put up 30. I'm staying away from this game. I just want to watch more, and I'm leaning this way. I'm not there completely, but keeping a close eye on this Falcons defense. The numbers like them a lot. EPA per play, they're 5th. EPA per dropback, they're top 5 as well. So how real is this defense? If the defense is real, we know what they have with their weapons, right? Penix, you have your questions. Expect him to make strides during the year, and you have an elite running back and a top-notch wide receiver. If they have the defense, they have a lot of pieces in a down NFC. Don't know that they're going to catch the Bucs in the division, but maybe they can make some noise here. So I'll be on the sideline on this one like you, Sam. I'm curious what they put Bourne at, because Bourne had another monster game with Mac Jones, but we also need to know who the quarterback is in this spot. Also have nothing on that. All right, Packers, Cardinals. This number has stayed just under a touchdown, sitting at 6.5. Not quite getting to a touchdown, but just underneath. Packers 6.5-point road favorites, total 45. Packers at Cardinals. And we're not sure about the quarterback situation because Kyler has been limited this week. And off the concussion, Marvin Harrison Jr. also limited for Arizona.
I love the Cardinals in this dog roll, though. I really do. Talked about it last week. When they're favored by 5.5, 6, 7, I want to run for the hills. When they're catching around a touchdown, well, I could get there. I like Brissett, though. I've said this. I've talked about this. I like them more with Brissett. So if you tell me Kyler's playing, I probably stay off of it. Is that weird that I'm more Brissett than Kyler?
Not at all. No, but like the numbers would say that Kyler's the better guy, and I think we know he has a bigger ceiling, but don't we want the higher floor if you're getting 6.5? I don't need the crazy high ceiling because the bottom could drop out as well. I would rather have the higher floor, and that's what you're going to get with Brissett, and I'm fine with that.
I need the vet catching points.
Yeah.
That's why we did Flacco last night. Look at Flacco catching points. I was never taking Browning catching points if that was the case. Not that Flacco equals Brissett or vice versa. But if Jacoby Brissett's playing and I could take a 6.5, I'm interested.
Even against an elite defense? That's what I heard after 2 games, that the Packers were elite defense.
No.
I don't know. They're not popping that way right now. And they have 2 takeaways all year. Only one team has less. It's the Jets. So they need to start forcing those takeaways a little bit. I know they can be fluky, but they're going to need to do it if they want to get back to being viewed as a strong defense in this league. 6.5, you're right. That's a lot. That's a whole lot. And the Cardinals gave us more fight than I was expecting last week at the Indianapolis Colts. So there's that. What about Tampa Bay and Detroit? This is going to be a good one, man. We get Baker without many of his weapons against the Lions. And this is one of 2 Monday night games. So we've got the Lions, a heavy favorite. So Baker as a dog, that's a role that he's thrived in, especially in Tampa Bay. The number has not moved much. It's mostly 5.5s, but you see Pinnacle at 6, Sam. Detroit money coming in. High total, 52 in the hook. Are you doing anything with this game?
I would love to get there on Tampa. I just saw yesterday a very bad injury report, and I sent it your way. Godwin, Bucky Irving, Emeka all did not practice on Thursday.
Yep.
So we're doing the Tez Johnson thing again on the road in Detroit. Tampa, though, when healthy, did win this game last year. Remember? Tampa went into Detroit and Baker went crazy in the second half. Now, he had a lot more weapons at his disposal. I would think you get a nice Detroit bounce back. I'm going to guess the Bucs will have more than 1 penalty, 2. Murray brought that up yesterday, too, on the Chiefs. No penalties. Ooh. I would love to bet Tampa. To me, it's Tampa or pass, and it's a pass for me.
I'm going to end up with the Lions. There's no doubt. But I don't want to lay 6. I want to jump out at 5.5. But yeah, this is the spot. And I know you don't want to lay big points with going against Baker. I get it. And guess what? The odds makers know that as well, that you don't want to do that. When we visit the room, it might be Baker just hanging out by himself. Even though this game isn't until Monday, they might love Baker Mayfield so much that they're jumping on the dog in this spot. So Baker as a dog with the Bucs done very well, cashing a lot of tickets, 16-8 against the spread, but this specific spot, Lions coming off that loss against Kansas City at home, Baker missing everybody. Evans expected to be back. He was limited too. So let's see what that injury report looks like on Saturday for the final injury report, since it's a Monday game. But we know what Goff is as a favorite. Dan Campbell is a favorite at home. This is a really good spot for Detroit. So I like them there. Houston, Seattle, the other Monday night game. Also a pretty good one here, Sam. And we've got Seattle -3 over at BetMGM, but it's a juiced 3. It looks like we're heading to 3.5 at a lot of respected books out there. Low total, it's only 41 points. Seattle, a short favorite. This is it's a pretty good one with two strong defenses.
Remember when you and I played the game of guess our favorite NFC sleeper, and I wrote it down in red marker, and you said Seattle, and I showed Seattle, and then we looked at the price to win the NFC, and it was 30-1, and I didn't bet it. I don't know that you did.
Me. Did not.
Now it's 15-1, 15-1, 12-1. I hate myself every day for many reasons, but a lot to do with the fact that we didn't jump in. We both got there at the same time, a symbiotic moment for the show. And I did not bet the 30-1 NFC.
But aren't you more confident now than that day when you wrote them down?
Of course. But when you miss the 30, it's hard to take the 15. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying, because I've been thinking about the same thing. Now the 30 is like 30 for the Super Bowl. So that's a big change. But I still like them. I like them a lot. JSN has been a monster, leads the NFL in receiving yards. Sam Darnold has not faded. Been awesome. They were strong against Jacksonville last week. Do you have a play in this game? We're heading to 3.5.
I lean under 41. 41.5 you can find, actually.
Yep. Texans have been a big under team this year, too. 4-1 to the under. We'll have a full breakdown of both of these games on Monday night. Kelly in Vegas on the other side. We'll talk college and a little NFL with Kelly. And Where's the Room next hour, too. All coming up here on Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
I'm going back to the well with Maryland. I think I have that need to feel right here. And I'm looking at Maryland early in the week and I'm I can't believe I'm going to make a case for this team. I do love Malik Washington. This defense is holding 12.5 points per game to opposing offenses. But the real reality is what have the Cornhuskers done that warrant almost being a touchdown favorite on the road?
You got Bet Sweats with you on a Friday. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. That was Kelly in Vegas on the show last weekend. There's been a lot of Maryland conversation this week on the show. A clear cover in that game. Kelly joins us in our usual Friday spot at Kelly in Vegas over on X. Kelly, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right. I can't believe Maryland blew that game. I just again, they did me like that. Had an opportunity to put away Nebraska, couldn't get it done. This week's game is going to be really interesting. Nico and the Bruins could not be riding higher. I was kicking myself for not betting them again as an underdog. Now just a small little teeny tiny home favorite. What could go wrong? I like the Terps here. I like Malik Washington. I took the 3.5 in the stale line in some of the contests. I did not have my odds screen open right now. I apologize, but I believe last time I saw it was down to 2.5. So somebody agrees with me there. I think this is a great spot for the Terps to go in and spring the upset. I think UCLA is feeling themselves just a little too much right now.
Paul and I were talking about this yesterday. We do a segment called 10 Toes Down, and we both got there on Maryland. I just think there's something to be said about a team going from dog, win to now win as a favorite, win at home, expectations. Not that UCLA is going to make a bowl game or anything, but now you're supposed to win, and that's different than being the team that's counted out.
Yeah, we always say go from the hunter to the hunted, and that's exactly what they are right now. And I think UCLA is not as good as they've looked, right? You have Penn State coming off that Oregon loss. That was such a quintessential letdown spot, but I was so sour about UCLA early in the season that I was I cannot trust this team. Deshaun Foster got fired. All these things started to kind of go in the Bruins' direction. Look, I just like the Terrapins here. I think Maryland is one of those teams where they are looking to take a step forward, right? When you hear of things like in the media, Sam, Joe, that they're having players-only meetings and they're saying, hey, why are we losing these games? We want to be better. Those are the types of teams I want to back.
Speaking of that, what the hell do you do with Penn State now? They're a 3-point road dog at Iowa under the lights, and then on deck, Ohio State and Indiana. I know we do this, all of us do this. The look ahead was 10.5. Well, certain situations just completely change, and maybe you have to take the look ahead and throw that completely out the window. Are you touching the game? Is there something specific that you've heard smart people talk about? What do you do with this game? Do you run far away, or is there an opportunity?
I mean, sure, this could be a buy low spot. We could sit here and make a case for Penn State now that James Franklin's been fired, but Andy Koltanicki's still calling the plays. There's something inherently wrong with this Penn State team. From my understanding, Drew Aller is not healthy. Have we heard if he's going to play in this game? Hand up. I wasn't expecting to talk about this game, so I didn't look.
He's out.
Because this is one of those games that you kind of got to sit back and go, all right, I don't have enough of the information. I don't know how motivated this team is. There's arguments to be said, and we said this about Penn State going to UCLA just a second ago. Now that their season has been completely derailed, this was a team that had opportunities to play for the national championship last year. Their expectation level was national championship or bust. And now they're going to be happy to have a New Year's Day bowl game at best. I mean, let's just be real. This is not some Penn State team that I think I want to back with my money. But yes, certainly you want to look at what the talent level is. The roster is full of guys that are probably going to play in the NFL. And you have Kirk Ferentz. Who doesn't want to fade Kirk Ferentz from time to time because they don't blow teams out? I'm going to obviously stay away from this game. I wish I had more to say, but I find it a really interesting handicap for those that want to get involved.
Do you have a favorite bet this weekend in college?
Ooh. So Sammy texted me prior to the show and I said, listen, I don't love anything this week. I text my partners in the college football contests. I said, same thing kind of with NFL. This is just kind of one of those weeks where I think there's a lot of good games, but nothing that I'm like, yes, I love this team. I wish it could be South Carolina. I would love to come on the show and say, I love South Carolina so much in this spot here at home. Oklahoma coming off that loss to Texas. And by the way, the last 3 seasons, whenever they played Texas, they turned around and lost the next game. They have Ole Miss on deck. Gamecocks just fired their O-line coach, and I wish they would have fired Mike Shula instead, but maybe he can get this offense going. South Carolina did me so dirty last week versus LSU. That was so frustrating. So I can't make them my best bet. And then I want to look at Mississippi State, and they have been red hot against the spread. Everybody's talking about Napier getting fired after this game no matter what, because the only team that he can beat is named Texas. I don't think the Swamp is going to be packed. I think Mississippi State's going to run the ball. Look, DJ Lagway, probably good for a pick, hopefully 2, and Mississippi State can get the outright win. So if you're going to make me give you a best bet, I guess it's going to be Mississippi State, but I'm not sure they can actually go into the Swamp and get the win. I thought 9 points was too many.
With Kelly in Vegas here on BetSweats, Joe O, Sammy P, talking some college. We'll get to some NFL as well. One of your many co-hosts, John Murray, we had him on the show yesterday, and I'm sure this is something that you guys discussed as well, is people get mad when you call it this. Basically, reverse line movement. Like, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing public dogs out there. Yeah, I know. Some people are, oh, there's no such thing, whatever. There is. The market
absolutely. Back it up.
Well,
back it up. We're gonna talk about this real quick because this is an important learning moment. I was standing at the Golden Nugget, let's call it 10 years ago. And I was standing to the guy to my left, and the line is dropping, let's call it on Alabama, LSU, Georgia, one of those very prolific teams at the time in the SEC. And I turned and I looked at him. I said, sir, do you think the sports book is just saying, hey, the whole world is on this team, and we want to get more money on it for no reason whatsoever?
Yeah.
Come on.
I know. And books take stands. There are a lot of misnomers out there. People think they know what's going on, but they don't. But what John pointed out is we've got these public dogs. There are 2 that are standing out. And he mentioned what they were. And I go, oh, that's interesting, because the line's going the other way on both of those. And he was talking about USC. They were betting USC, and that goes from 7.5 to 9.5, 10 some spots in favor of Notre Dame. And the Ole Miss Georgia game, it was 6.5. It goes to 7.5, but the public's betting the dog. So not loving a ton on the card, does that get you interested in those favorites?
So I did play a couple of them in some contests because you got to pick 7 or you got to pick 10 in some of these college football contests I'm in. But here, look, on paper, my head fake Monday morning, I'm looking at the college card is going, whoa, Lincoln Riley and USC, they got a quarterback, 13 touchdowns, almost 1,900 yards, passing. Let's look. Oh, wait, no. This is their 3rd trip east. They didn't fare very well in the first 2. They lost outright at Illinois. I gave you guys that one. And then they just struggled at Purdue. And since joining the Big Ten last season, USC 2-5 straight up, 1-6 against the spread in true road games with 5 outright losses as a favorite. I get that this looks like a lot of points for Notre Dame. And one might argue to start the season, they didn't look that good. Let's look at Miami and A&M right now. And since they lost to those 2 teams, this defense has allowed a total of 27 points versus Arkansas, Boise State, and NC State. And normally, you guys know I'm not a chalk-eating weasel, but it's Notre Dame or pass.
I think Notre Dame, I had them 5th. And then I texted a guy who does numbers for a living and used to book in Vegas. You know who he is. He doesn't like to be talked about on the air, but he said, I have him 3rd. And I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. I thought my numbers were broken. I'm like, wait a minute. I have Notre Dame 5th right now? That seems high. And he said, no, I have him 3rd. And he said, the reason I have him 3rd is because they have a pro quarterback that is passing the football at a very high level. I said, okay, well, all right. I'm going to just bet Notre Dame -9, period.
So I'm going to tell you guys why. And I told John Murray this last night. And Sam knows I get good text messages. I probably get 4 or 5 really good text messages a year that are like great information. Last week, I got a text that said Kyler Murray was going to be out on Tuesday. We laid 6.5 with the Colts. And guess what? It didn't matter. So sometimes the good information comes to fruition and sometimes it doesn't. But I got a text yesterday afternoon right before filming Kelly and Murray. And this is from a guy whose daughter goes to Notre Dame, and one of her best friends is a nutritionist for the team, and she ran over Jeremiah Love's foot with a golf cart and 300 pounds of protein shakes. So I will say,
Come on.
I am all on Notre
no.
Dame in these contests, right? Because I got to stay aligned too, 8.5 in some of them, 9 in some of them. So a little bit of value here, maybe get a push as opposed to a loss. But once he texted me that, I was like, oh no, I'll be so mad if I actually bet Notre Dame knowing this and he's hurt or he's out or something. You never know. Listen, we've all been kind of ran over by a golf cart, or at least I have. I used to caddy. So you get your foot ran over, it doesn't feel great. Sometimes it's worse than it sounds. But just kind of keep that asterisk.
They still have a strong run game even without him. It might be raining too. And USC's missing both of their running backs, right? They're down to RB3 at that point. So interesting. We'll see if anything comes out of that. Kelly in Vegas with us here on Bet Sweats. Survivor. What are you doing?
Oof. So I have the Survivor Revival that I did, which is 2 picks, which is a little dicey. We got there with the Colts last week, barely. Holy cow, that was spicy, at least in that second one. Steelers, no sweat. And of course, we use Green Bay as the primary. This week, I'm using Kansas City as a primary. I'm not overthinking it. There's no reason to save Kansas City. In the big $1.5 million guarantee, I'm also using Kansas City. But picking that second team is going to be interesting. And I'm not going double one team. I think what I'm going to convince my teammates to do, we talked about square dogs. I think the New York Giants are going to be a square dog. And of course, who hasn't fallen in love with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatteraboo last Thursday night? What a fun duo. I love that team. And oh, by the way, you got Denver coming back from London in a rock fight with the Jets. So I think the initial reaction is going to be to overreact and to take the 7 with the New York Giants. So I'm going to push really hard for it to be Chiefs Broncos. Then I know CT Betts, and I can't go a show without saying his name. That's Sam's favorite part of the show. Said, hey, what about the Pats? And I said, absolutely not. No way. Stop it. We are not using the Pats versus the Titans on the road when the Patriots stock could not be higher, when the whole world is going to use them here, and they played the Browns next week. Okay. At home in Gillette, the Patriots are for next week. This is not up for discussion when teams name the Kansas City Chiefs, teams name the Denver Broncos, and the Chicago Bears are all at home. Now, I don't love the Bears in this scenario. I did take the points with the Saints, so I do have some reservations here. Interesting storyline. Not that I think that matters, but Caleb Williams, Spencer Rattler. If you guys remember, there was a little bit of drama there between those two. So maybe that's like a fun little line to look towards the Saints. But I don't trust the Bears as a favorite. Bears to me are going to be an underdog play looking forward, but as a favorite, I'm not looking to lay points with them. So it does kind of scare me from a Survivor perspective. And then you got to kind of look at who else is left. It's a lot of short favorites, and those are just a little uneasy for me. I know Sammy loves to play short favorites in Survivor, but I'm not it. So instead of going double Broncos, I think we're going to go Chiefs, Broncos, Chiefs, Bears, kind of reluctantly on the second one.
Paul brought up the OU drama between Rattler and Caleb. I had forgotten about it. We do like the Saints. And Joe, as you know, Joe's a Chicagoan who's very good at Survivor. Joe said never Bears this week. Never.
Then I'm going to text them and just say, fine, we're going Chiefs, Broncos. And it is what it is. At that point, I was a little nervous after going double Colts last week. You have to do what you have to do. Well, sometimes it's close your eyes, plug your nose, and just submit the damn pick. Stop overthinking it. I will say this. John Murray did tell me that nobody played the Steelers in Survivor last night. I have a feeling at Circa that won't be the case. I bet a bunch of people played the Steelers. I know I had them on my long list way back, even though it breaks a lot of rules. We'll see how it ends up coming to fruition come Sunday night, but I gotta take what's in front of me, and that is not laying points on the road with the New England Patriots.
Yeah, I get it. I brought that up as well. I'm going to use the Patriots.
We talk about it in college. We talk about it in college. You don't want to back a team that just fired you don't want to play against a team that just fired their coach, right? Look what UCLA did after they fired their coach. Brian Callahan is out. And if we have fingers to point, the Titans are going to say, look, it was all his fault, and somehow spring this damn upset. And guess what? Everybody holding Pats and Survivor is going to be squealing. They're going to be absolutely mad at themselves when Kansas City is available. I don't understand the whole idea of which teams you need to save and why. Kansas City, I can see the argument for saving them, but it's just like Green Bay last week. Take the layup and move on to the next week. Let somebody else zig while you just keep your straight and narrow path.
Some have used KC though already. It's like there have been some spots. There are going to be more spots, but it is a challenging week. If the Chiefs are not available, there are some dicey spots. Kelly in Vegas with us every Friday on the show. Thank you, Kelly. Best of luck with all your plays this weekend. All right.
Thanks, guys.
KIV with us Fridays, 11 a.m. Eastern, right here on BetSweats. On the other side, where's the room at? We're going to find out. NFL, college football, Major League Baseball. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Sweat's 2-minute drill on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Joe, Sammy P, we've got a 2-minute drill here. In a few moments, we will get to the room, find out where the room is at heading into the weekend to get you all set for NFL, college football, Major League Baseball. Paul Aspen is here. What's up, Paul?
What's up, guys? All right, we got 4 NFL games to run through before we get to the room. So we'll start with the Giants as, I believe, 7-point dogs still against my Broncos in Denver. You just heard Kelly's thoughts. What are your guys' thoughts on Giants? Yep, still +7 at BetMGM. Total of 40.5. Sam.
I don't love the fact that the Giants were sort of unwanted last Thursday. Although we talked about betting the Giants on this show, most people had the Eagles. And then the Giants win convincingly. And now now the Giants are catching 7. That's a big number. They're shorthanded at receiver. They got to go all the way across the country, play in the elements. And the concussion boys, to me, are just too trendy. So I'm staying off this one, Joe.
Yeah, I'm not interested in it. I've heard a lot of people make the case for Giants +7. I understand where they're coming from, but not for me. Dart had a bigger challenge with the Eagles defense. That Eagles defense is not the Broncos defense in Mile High. Like, that is something that's a different level. I know the Jets stink, but the Broncos gave up less than 100 yards last week in London. Less than 100 yards in the entire game. So what do we think Dart and Scadaboo are going to do? I mean, maybe people are backing them. I'm not in this spot. Could I could see both sides of it. So it's not like there are 5-6 sides that I do like. This is not one of them. Could I see a Broncos blowout and the Giants barely score? Yes. Could I see the Giants hanging down and keeping this a 1-possession game? Possibly pulling off the upset. Maybe you get the bad Bo Nix. You get Bo Picks in this one. Yeah, sure. I could see that one too. So I'm not going to be playing it.
All right. Staying in the AFC West, Raiders are out to a 12-point dog at Kansas City against Sam's Chiefs. Total of 45.5, Sam.
You want to? You want to go Geno, huh?
No, I'm thinking about laying the 12, but I'd rather just go play outside with my friends. Although I don't do that anymore because I'm an old man now. In the street, yeah, let's play baseball in the street. I want nothing to do with this game, Paul.
I rarely deal with numbers like this, and we're not at 14. We should probably be at 14. I'm not taking it with Vegas. You still don't have Brock Bowers, it doesn't look like. He's not been practicing this week. Geno Smith keeps throwing interceptions. And on the other side, we get Rashee. This is a Rashee Rice game. Oh, yeah, he's back too with Worthy. We get to see what that's going to look like for the first time this season. Probably really good. I'll just say this. Mahomes as a favorite of 6+, he wins. Of course, Survivor, if you want to use him, nobody's going to argue that. The last 9 games, when he's been favored by 6 or more, Mahomes is 1-7-1 against the spread. So we don't usually see the Chiefs pile on. Could they in this spot? Yeah, I could see it. And you're coming off that really nice win against Detroit. Like, is this a game you're going to get that all-in effort from KC? I don't know. It might be a spot where they just do enough to win, and they don't cover the 12. I'm off it.
So we have 30 seconds left here. Did Kelly, Joe, shake any of your confidence in the Patriots and Survivor? She mentioned the Chiefs as an option.
No, I'm not worried about it. I really don't think home field's that big of a deal in the NFL. And the point spread would agree with that. If you look at where we are now compared to where we used to be, I'm not too worried about it. Yes, I agree. Kansas City is the easiest play. If you have them, if you want to use them, go ahead. Have fun with it. But you've got to go somewhere else. And I'm fine with taking New England. I'm good with that. Vrabel has had this circled forever.
Yep. It was kind of funny when she's like, never New England, but maybe Chicago. And I'm like, no.
Like, she said that in the break, and I was like, what?
No. And I said never Chicago. I said never Chicago earlier, too.
It was just funny. Like, not New England, but Chicago. I'm like, whoa. No.
Yeah. Rattler revenge.
Yeah. Boomer Sooner. Oh, God, this game. Dolphins plus 2.5 in Cleveland. A couple of 1-5 teams. Total of 37. Joe.
Browns are the play. You go Cleveland here. Cleveland laying it. Not many times in life you get to take the Cleveland Browns as a favorite. And I'm probably going to be on them with contests. Look, yeah, I'll bet it too. Gabriel has faced Flores and Tomlin in his 2 starts. That's a tough go. Now you're going against one of the weakest, maybe second worst defense in the NFL. Tua on the road. He sucks. I know he's done well against bad teams, but I've got no faith in this team. And I think we're going to see a heavy dose of Judkins. Like everybody mad that had him in fantasy, or people pointing out, wait, what happened? You had this run game rocking with him. Why'd you go away from him? Another soft matchup against the run here. So I think he's going to go back to Judkins. I think Gabriel will be okay. I think the Browns are going to be fine. I'm not taking the Dolphins on the road with Tua here.
Murray told us yesterday that wise guys were betting Cleveland. And when you look at where their shop was early in the week, it was 1.5. Superbook is now 2.5. MGM 2.5. Other books are 3. That's clear, wise money on Cleveland. Now, does it continue at 2.5, 3? I don't know, but they did certainly lay those little numbers. The other thing in this game, Paul, according to Andy Slater, who covers sports in Miami, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts in this game in the forecast. The total has moved from 41 to 37. Where does the offense come from in the wind?
Which run game do you trust? Cleveland for me.
Cleveland. Judkins ladders?
20.5 is the number on attempts. Juiced minus 130.
What's the yards?
91.5.
Holy cow, that's high.
Yeah.
For a rookie?
Right?
Probably high for a reason.
Yeah. All right. And the game of the week, Panthers. I believe they are a favorite still at the Jets. They are, yes, a 1.5 point favorite at the Jets, 41.5 point total. Sam.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. We don't need to waste people's time and break down this game.
Yep. No.
We're not betting it.
Never.
I don't recommend you bet it.
Yep.
Do not care.
All right.
But I have something else for you, Paul. Let me navigate to this game. The Dallas Cowboys are getting blasted as we speak. This number has gone from 1.5 to. It is now a pick'em at Circa. It is a pick'em at Westgate. Pinnacle and Chris are down to 1. BetMGM still has Dallas plus 2. Wink, wink. I don't think that's going to last much longer. So we're seeing Vegas books move to pick. They're betting Dallas here, Joe.
They heard us say, why is Washington favored in this game? I don't understand.
That's why.
It should at least be a pick. Yep, 100%. No doubt about it. All right, Joe O, Sammy P, with you on a Friday. A lot to get to. We'll still get to our contest picks coming up next segment during Lightning Bets. But now, let's find out where the room's at.
Where's the room?
Paul's back. He left, came right back. He's going to tell us where the room is at. Where are we starting, Paul?
I just want to say my favorite part about Darnell Washington's line: 3 receptions, 2 yards, touchdown.
How's that? That's
what
awesome.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. All right, let's run through college football real quick. College football most popular sides at BetMGM for the weekend. Sam mentioned this game earlier with the Sam Levitt looking likely to play for Arizona State. Number 5 most bet side at BetMGM is Texas Tech minus 6.5.
They have covered every game this year. So people will just keep doing it until it burns out. Sam Levitt's a big deal. I know guys that bet some 9.5 and 9 on Monday, and then they followed back up 8.5, 8, got it down to 7. So more tickets on Tech, more money definitely on Arizona State in this spot.
Number 4 most bet side at BetMGM, the trendy dog. Hold that tiger. LSU plus 2.5 against Vandy.
So glad I stayed off LSU. So glad.
Play Vandy.
Yep.
Oh,
number 3.
First time they're favored. Go the other way.
Yeah. Pavia. All right, number 3, going to some Friday night action with Minnesota as a touchdown home dog against Nebraska. Minnesota
Another
plus
dog.
7
Love
in the
it.
room.
Loved
Yep.
it. Okay.
All right. Heard about this one from John Murray yesterday, and we've been talking about it quite a bit this week. Ole Miss plus 7.5. Number 2 most bet side at BetMGM.
Oh.
Did you just give us 3 straight dogs?
I did.
Okay. Oh, boy. All right.
All right. Number 1 most bet side. I don't know if we have much to learn from this, but it is a tonight game. Sam's Canes minus 13.5.
I don't want to lay it, but my interests are very different than laying almost 2 touchdowns. I need Miami to win, just win. And I would love Louisville to push it. And what I mean by that, Joe, if Louisville can score, it opens up Carson Beck to have to score and throw the ball. I would love Miami in a shootout, even if it's a 4-point win. Just got to win the game, and he's got to play well. That's all I care about.
That's right.
Just as a
stats going.
reminder for the people, these sides are 10, 28, and 2 for minus 20.8 units in college football. All right, NFL sides. Hand up. I was wrong, but we'll get there. 5 most bet sides at BetMGM. The Giants plus 7. Kind of over the past hour. Yeah, we've kind of talked about this.
Not us.
I'm going
Kelly.
Broncos. I'm going Broncos in this pick 5. It's done. I'm doing it right now.
I think let's see. Some of us, we're all kind of in the room here. I'll put it that way. Eagles minus 2. Number 4 most bet side at BetMGM in Minnesota. Number 3 most bet side at BetMGM for the NFL weekend. Browns minus 2.5.
Really?
I don't like
at
that.
2.5. Okay. I'm a little surprised by that one. I'm very surprised. It's a garbage game. They're betting the Browns.
I guess Dolphins have quit. All right, number 2 most bet side at BetMGM. It is from the Bucks-Lions game. It's the Lions minus 5.5.
Lions! Whoa! I wasn't expecting that.
Me neither.
Detroit's
Not happy
always
to see
popular.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't love that. Number 1.
Number 1 most bet side at BetMGM for the NFL weekend. And Joe, I will ask you again. Will you get off the Patriots in Survivor? Patriots minus 7.
Oh.
No. No. How are they winning the game? How are the Titans
I don't
winning?
know. Like a fumble on a kickoff?
I'm not worried
Goodell
about
calls
it.
it in.
Just got to win.
Food poisoning.
So we only got 1 dog.
What
We
if-
got 3 dogs in college, 1 dog in the NFL.
Yeah.
What if Drake May gets food poisoning, Joe? Would you take the
Well,
Patriots
yes.
in Survivor?
And then I'm no, I would not.
Okay. All right.
Yes. No, I would not go that route. Oh man. So they're laying big numbers. How do you feel about the Philly one, Sam?
It's Carson Wentz.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe the Eagles
probably what they're
kick a field goal at the end to win by 2. It lands on 2.
Any takeaways from the baseball ones with the room where they're like last night they were fading Glass now, right? Or no, it wasn't Glass. Was it Glass now? No, that was
They're fading Glass now.
Glass now.
Oh, was that 2 nights ago? Yeah, they had a bunch of home run props
Under
yesterday.
the strikeouts and under the outs recorded, and both went over.
That's right. Holy cow, they're all in on Otani. Oh, jeez.
Whoa.
Go ahead, say it.
Ohtani
Top
over
three.
15.5 pitcher outs, minus 120. Number one most bet prop for Dodgers Brewers. Ohtani over to hit a home run, plus 250. Ohtani over 5.5 strikeouts, minus 149.
Oh,
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, Sam.
Bang, bang, bang.
Oh, crap.
And all home runs in the 4 out of 5 home runs in the Mariners Blue Jays. Vlad, Springer, Raleigh, Jimenez.
There you go. Jimenez, good price, plus 1050 there. Lightning bets on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P. We wrap for the week here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
A lot there last segment. We got through the NFL, room plays, college football. A lot of dogs in college football, including a play tonight if you want to take a look. And just to recap, Mariners, Blue Jays, a lot of home run props. That's what we've been seeing in the series, especially the last couple of games. So there are 4 home run props, and can't really do anything there. There's a Vlad Jr. under half a single. So they're saying you won't get a single. And then they're all in on Ohtani. Ohtani over everything. He's going to homer. He's going to hit the strikeouts. He's going to hit the pitcher outs. The homer number is plus 250 only, Sam. He's been awful. He finally got a triple last night, an extra base hit. And so now they're thinking, okay, here we go. I assume the same people are betting Ohtani every day and just waiting for that to hit.
Probably. Very possible.
You're in the hole.
I would never be betting Ohtani props 1, 2, 3 like the room is, though. Just lining up and spraying Ohtani props while he pitches, mind you.
Yeah. Most of them are the pitching props too. He's going to get outs. He's going to get strikeouts. Well, we saw it with Glass now, so it's going to happen again. We saw it with Yamamoto. We saw it with Snell, so it's going to happen again, right? Maybe. Got to lay $2 if you want to take the Dodgers on the money line. All right, let's figure out our contest plays. We put together, between the three of us, 5 contest plays for the upcoming NFL week. Let's see if we can agree on anything. Man, I don't know that we would have gotten to the Bengals plus 5.5, even though we like them as a show. But we pick them on Friday mornings, so we march on. Sam, throw a game out. Where do you want to go?
Saints plus 5.
It's on my list.
Count it.
Yep. New Orleans plus 5. They gave us 5. That's where some spots are. Those 5s are going away, people, if you plan on betting the Saints. All right. Where do I want to go? What is this? Lions numbers 5.5. Ooh. Okay. Their defense is amazing at home. This quarterback sucks on the road. We just talked about the weather conditions, and the pool's giving us 2.5. I like the Browns minus 2.5 against the Dolphins. Anybody?
I wasn't expecting that, but I can do it.
Sure.
Because of the number, because of the 2.5, it's not the 3 that's available in a lot of spots.
All right. I will go. I mean, lines are a consideration, but what about Cardinals? Packers just aren't like they're playing with their food a little bit, regardless of quarterback. Cardinals in this spot at plus 6.5.
It fits what we do.
I was very unimpressed with Green Bay. I thought we were going to get a super strong effort coming out of the bye. Couple of disappointing results. They go in the bye, and you get a layup. You get a layup with a guy that just joined the team as the quarterback, and they just did enough to win that game. You never felt very comfortable if, say, you had Green Bay Survivor and you didn't come close to covering the 15 in that game if you were playing that. So I understand it completely. I don't have them on my list to bet, but I know, Sam, you like it, and I don't mind that play at all. Arizona plus 6.5. Even does the quarterback matter, Paul?
I'd prefer it to be Jacoby, but I'll play it either way.
Yeah. Okay. AZ 6.5. All right. Favorite dog. Sam, what you got?
I was going to throw 2 of them out there. Either Dallas plus 1.5, which, as we just talked about in the last hour, has already moved to a pick'em. So either Dallas plus 1.5 or Denver minus 7. After hearing the room segment, it made total sense to me. Very clear, of course, because, Denver scores 13 points in the London game, barely beats the Jets. The Giants beat the Eagles convincingly. Broncos stink. Giants good now. I could do either Dallas or Denver for nomination number 2.
I think as you were talking about it, I had this moment of clarity. I was like, yeah, it's the Broncos. The public's on the Giants. Dart hasn't seen a defense like this. It's probably the most difficult environment to play in. Go into those elements. Something Dart is not ready for. Yeah, I don't care that they're coming back from London. I think that's the play. The question is, will Paul get on board? Because he hates Bo Nix.
I can get on board because I've famously said it's insane for Bo Nix to be laying more than a touchdown to anyone in this league. We're right on semantics. 7, so I'll get there.
Yes. Okay. The semantics play of the week. Denver -7.
Okay, we've got one more to go. 2 dogs, 2 favorites. Can we do a third favorite?
No.
I feel like if we do that, like we're going against everything that we represent in life. We can't.
Well,
we can't have majority favorites.
The record isn't great this year picking dogs, so what the hell?
I know, but if you flip going the other way now, then this is when they're going to get you. It's going to be like all dogs.
So Sam mentioned the Cowboys, but like if you're going by market, you guys are up on Philly, Minnesota, so we'll throw that out. Like I don't want to bet the Chargers, but like that looks like Chargers could be an option. Niners, similar, like kind of gross, but inside of 3. If we're looking at favorites, I mean, what else? Cowboys maybe is the one that kind of lines up the most based on what we've been talking about. Or Lions. I mean, I'll be playing Lions, but
I'll be playing Lions. I don't want to line up with the room on New England.
Yeah. No.
Okay, what's the dog? What's the available dog?
Cowboys.
We can do Detroit if you want to. I'm not playing them, but I have no issue doing it with the group.
Mm-hmm.
Pinnacle's at 6 on Detroit right now.
Said all week Tampa was going to be in the room. That's my biggest disappointment of the week.
I bet you it is if that's a Sunday game.
Detroit in the room.
Yeah. They'll be in the room on Monday. Tampa.
Detroit or Dallas?
Don't care.
Joe.
Let's go Dallas. CeeDee Lamb's going to play. McLaurin's going to be out. All right, New Orleans +5.
Browns.
Cleveland.
Yep.
You
got it.
Cleveland -2.5. Cardinals +6.5. Broncos -7. Cowboys +1.5. Those are our contest plays for week number 7. Best of luck to everyone participating this weekend. Sam, anything else that you want to add that we have not talked about ad nauseum this week? I think we hit it all. We hit all the NFL games. We've talked about our college plays a bunch over the last couple of days. Anything else?
I think it's very wild that the market has shoved against Texas Tech from 11.5 down to 7. And the room's like, oh, Texas Tech. Yeah, of course. They've covered every game. I wouldn't be surprised if Arizona State won the game outright. It's hard to say, take 7 or 7.5, but you have complete wins on opposite ends moving toward the middle, right? That usually leads to a hurricane from what I've told. But all the favorite wins from the public on Tech and all the sharps on Arizona State, usually that leads to some chaos. I love Notre Dame. I love Maryland this weekend in college.
Yep. Good stuff. I'm going to be on that Notre Dame over. I'm not too worried about the conditions either. Should be fine. Does anybody have a thought on Paul? Tell us about the steering wheel. Mateer's second game, laying 5 on the road at South Carolina. Stay away until we see it, right?
Yeah. I mean, Joe, it was
bad.
Like, really bad. And like Venables, what? Although against South Carolina, I don't know. There's a massive siren in my ear. Maybe that's a no.
It's fine.
I guess I'll say no.
Chi-Town, stand up.
Hey,
leave it on, Paul. Don't turn the mic off. Leave it on.
It's fine.
Let freedom ring.
See, I like the background noise. I'm fine with it. Just don't have a dog in the room or Sam's going to snap.
No, don't throw a ball to the dog in the room. Let's not mix signals here. I don't care that there's a dog in the room. Don't throw a ball to the dog and think that that's going to be the only ball being thrown.
He didn't
In
know
the
what to do.
hotel
He was
hallway.
live on the air. He couldn't move. Yes.
Oh,
I know.
well,
Last night.
He's talking about Murray. He's like, well, he was
Yeah,
so
I know.
mad at Murray. No, like, I didn't think throwing a ball to a barking dog was the greatest idea during our show.
During the broadcast for Thursday Night Football, like every time he spoke, did you guys think about Herb Street and the dog? And I was thinking about Al Michaels being mad about it for some reason. No, nobody. They're going to ask you about it this afternoon, Sam. Just so
That was your concussion talking, Joe.
Probably.
Yeah. That
it
was the
could've
train
been.
drive. Take a knee, Joe. Take a knee.
We're taking a knee. Jake, is the NLCS over today?
I think it's way over. I think they kept the relievers, the long relievers, down for a reason. Sasaki only threw 18 pitches. I think they're way good. I think even if Ohtani goes only 5, Sheehan's going to come in at some point and take you the rest of the way. So I think that's over. And I said it yesterday. I think the Blue Jays just win the series. I think the Mariners are absolutely about to pee down their leg with the rest of this. Give me the Blue Jays. I'm going to bet them in every game the rest of the way in the series. And they get dump trucked by the Dodgers in the World Series. Because that's what's going to happen.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't let this series go back to Toronto. Like, how do you do that? Like, you had every chance to end this in Seattle, and they're mentally weak. They're the new Padres. Welcome back, San Diego. You're in Seattle now.
Quick question for the group before the Dodgers roll to a World Series title. Of this 650-1 parlay I'm holding, which leg loses? Dodgers World Series, Bama SEC, Chiefs AFC West, Ludwig Masters.
I think you know the answer.
I think you got a winner.
No, you got it. You're good.
I think you got a winner. By the way, Puka's out for the Rams. They just announced that Puka will not play against Jacksonville.
All right. Yeah, no surprise there. That's your London game coming up on Sunday morning. I'll be on the air during that BetMGM game day. Sam will be on after me. Catch Paul Saturday right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.